Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, March 6th. I should have fixed the chat so that it will, the post will last a little bit longer, like a lot longer. 600 seconds should be more than enough time before something fades off. Right now, with the number of people chatting, it rarely becomes a situation where the chat messages down in the lower left hand corner ever even have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 messages, enough to even fill up the box. Eventually, like this, I'm trying to future-proof this stuff, but it's kind of pointless to try and future-proof anything on YouTube because YouTube changes everything all the time. Another thing that's as on my back burner is I'm gonna try and see if there's a way through Nightbot to remember and recognize when somebody posts, so that when somebody posts for the first time, it will say, hey, last time you posted was this is the first time you've ever posted, or the last time you posted was a couple days ago. That would be helpful, certainly, to even if it really is just a automated process and it's not me personally remembering, it is a reminder to me to go, okay, this is somebody who has chatted before, because it is starting to get to that point where there's enough variety, even if there's not a lot of posts in one particular stream, there's enough variety of different people commenting. We've got to challenge a friend and win 2 games of any kind, and win 3 games with Paladin or Warrior. Theoretically, we only need to do 2 of these, and we need to do the Tavern Brawl, so let's do that. This is the first Tavern Brawl after the 3 weeks of Rusticon Rumble Tavern Brawls. And so this time we're going for just basically an arena run. Okay. So you're gonna get a free entry here. And it doesn't seem like there's... all your minions are 1/1 and it only costs 1 mana. So, legendaries? Like, isn't that exactly what you would do here? I mean, you could play mage and destroy some 1/1s on some occasions, or you could play warlock and draw some more cards, and I think drawing more cards makes more sense. Okay. So let's do this. Alright. So the first thing is, if they're all 1 mana, then they would all be even. No, odd. Well, is 1... I guess 1 is odd. So, if I type in odd to start with, let's see, odds. 0. Seven. I guess this just highlights when you go over this. Interesting. Why do I not have that card that says odd in the name? Interesting. Wonder if maybe they eliminated things. Let's see. Looking for the card. We'll take this for sure. And this. And this. And this. Wow, I'm a little surprised we still have that. This one. This one, this one, this one, this one. It must have taken out the card that says, like, I could steal all their cards. I don't see a reason why I'd want to do that. Let's see. That one. A lot of these death rattles would certainly summon new things. I don't know if that one actually works. See, I guess I could switch to a whiz-bang deck immediately. That's an interesting idea. We should think about doing that. There we go. And then let's see some other legendaries. Take that. Take that. Fill your hands with copies of this minion. That would work nicely. So it seems like there's been a little bit of a trick here. I'm not sure if there's too many more legendaries I want to play. What else would I want to play? If it's just going to be a 1-1 version of itself. We could... Let's see. I guess we don't have a quest card here? Let's see. Destroy a demon. Give it +1 health. Take a couple of those. Take some more health. I guess. Take some more health. We'll just stock up on health. And take that. That works, I think, pretty good. There. So, theoretically, yes, we'd like to get 12 wins. Let's see whether this really happens. I guess I can't do the whiz-bang thing, though, because I'm definitely not going to spend $1.99 on Hearthstone to have this happen. Look at all these gold legendary cards.
Gul'dan versus Jaina.
Hopefully I understood this right.
Your soul
Yeah, I did.
shall be
Okay.
mine.
Alright. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. I think we can do this just fine. So this is all just about effects for the most part. And let's see, this guy's got a 1-1. So we'll do this, and we'll do this, and we'll do this. And then in the turn. Yeah, so let's see, what did I do? I've wrapped up as many of these Star Wars games I want to play. So I'm done with that. Like, that's just not no more thank you for any of that, because like I'm just not that big of a Star Wars fan, frankly. And And so I did all the X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, X-Wing, Alliance, X-Wing, TIE Fighter. So there's like 4 games in the series, and they've at some points, some of the re-releases, some of the versions of them were almost playable, but not quite. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. See, I really don't see how this would ever, like, change. Like, everybody's just gonna play all of their legendaries until you can tie in something slightly better than that. Now this card might work, but I don't know. Let's see. We have a death rattle here. It would be a 4/5. So do we want to play control? Yeah, see, that just summons a 1/1/2, and it really shouldn't. There we go. But see, a card like this, he can still just use his things, his hero power to kill it.
The frost wolves stand ready.
And of course, that's all they're gonna do. So I'm immediately gonna lose here. Yeah. I just don't. I'm just done with the Star Wars games. I need to now hunker down and schedule all those videos as I'm losing here. I guess a Whizbang deck probably would have been forced into 1/1 one-mana minions too, so it probably isn't any better than what I'm doing here. I assume I get a card pack even if I lose all 3 of this. This would be very annoying if I didn't get a card pack. But I would just be like, whatever, fine. I'm done. I'm out.
Your soul shall be mine. I am your nightmare.
Let's see. Hold on to this. Trade this one. Yeah, and so otherwise there's...
None will survive.
If I did this, I would just have 1 health. So I really don't think that would be a smart move.
One for all and all for me.
So yeah, I don't really have, I guess, anything else to say. I played a bunch of the X-Wing versus TIE Fighter games. It's still very much, it feels just so difficult to get back into maybe what it is, a fantasy concept. Maybe I never really got more than 3 or 4 hours of footage done in a day. It doesn't feel like that was the case. It felt like, at least for some games, I was playing for 8 hours a day. But I could be wrong. I guess that's... That's kind of all I can say, is that maybe I was wrong, or maybe I've just gotten more tired and less energetic, or maybe I've gotten less games that I was hyped about. Let's face it, when I first started my YouTube channel, I was covering a lot of games that I was super hyped about, but that was 5 years ago, and now it's more of a job, it's more of a daily grind, and there's reasons I think that would change. Alright, so what if we were to do this?
You face Jaraxxus, Eladar Lord of the Burning Legion.
Okay. And then this. This sucks. This sucks horrible. Man, that is useless. Ah, that's terrible. So I found 2 ways to lose immediately.
Sting like a bee.
Like, I have no idea what the next thing I'll even record is because there's so much scheduling that needs to be done in between. And then I need to figure out when that ends. And a lot of this is going to boil down to, I think, barely, just barely, alright. Do you want to do this?
I bring life.
Destroy a friendly demon. Restore 4 health. Okay, hit this. What is this doing? It's doing a lot of damage to me is what it's doing.
Sure, send the big guy.
Yeah, I'm about to lose again.
Behold the might of Stormwind!
Also, it's particularly colder where I am right now, so I'm cycling between turning my fan on full blast and ceiling fan and my ceiling fan on low. I can't have it on medium because it rattles at medium, which sucks. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna lose here. That's what I figured. Let's start going through the news. I guess if I've got nothing new to say, then we might as well talk about the news. Let's see. Twitch support. We're slowly rolling out our live activity feed for creators from mobile app to your live dashboards. See who subs, cheers, hosts, raids, and more all while live. Check it out. Okay. Let's see. We're getting a lot of, from my news sources in particular, they're getting a lot of repeated posts, like just retweets. That's still being a problem. ScumVM has got a post about the Google Summer of Code that they participate in every year, which is not really anything too much about video games other than it's just encouraging people to code and create the ScumVM emulator to become better and support more games, which is kind of where it does. Which is, it's nice, I suppose. Seriously, you're gonna do this to me? You're gonna... I just gave that card over to them. That was stupid. So I'm scrolling down my Twitter feed right now because there's like 5 new posts. But a lot of them are just repeated. Alright. Make sure Nightbot is running, and let's start going through games. Last stream was pretty short, and I'm perfectly fine with just doing 2 episodes. There you go. So... let's see. turn, I suppose. So, first game we have on Steam, man, I'm moving slow today, is a game called And I Must Scream. If you are a long-term fan of my channel, you probably may have seen me cover a old point-and-click adventure game based on a novel called I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Or it's like a line from one of the books in some short stories, and the entire game is based on a mix match of those short stories. This thumbnail is showing He Has No Mouth and I Must Scream. So it's an homage, and this looks like it's an adventure indie game. It doesn't look to me like it's just redoing or trying to remake that game. It's free, and it's English, so I guess it looks fine. Looks perfectly fine for what is probably a really short experience.
One for all and all for me.
Let's see.
Prepare to face the mighty Newhouse Metastorm.
Let's give them this. There we go. So yeah, for a free game it looks fine. Do I need to cover it? No. This is as much coverage as I can really afford to give any free game. I don't think it would be fair, particularly to say that phrase or that name deserves a permanent exclusive like copyright type thought for what is just a short sentence. So if somebody else wants to make a game with a similar name, that's okay. It's maybe a little bit scummy because there might be some confusion there, but even in that instance it doesn't make a lot of sense, because this is hardly somebody making a game that is putting something like Fortnite in their name. Like if you made a game FORT space KNIGHT and put it on Steam, I'd have a problem with it, because clearly that's just trying to create brand confusion. I don't know if there really is any brand that exists for that old point-and-click adventure game to be confused by. Let's see. These guys are 1-2s. How did they figure out how to summon something that wasn't a 1-1? They must have done something to it. Yeah, the Blood Imp gave it. Like, the Blood Imp is the best card. Just this card and the Blood Imp are the only two cards that even work on this. So even though I'm playing all these legendaries and they should work amazingly well, they really aren't. They eliminated things. Like, if I could be playing what is the one I'm thinking of? If I could be playing some of the other legendaries that are probably in Wild now, that would change the scenario a lot.
For honor, the earth, all upon
Moving on. Gematsu has an article. Gwent, the Witcher card game expansion Crimson Curse launches March 28th. Over 100 new cards and more. At this point, I don't think anybody's talking about or playing Gwent. Like, I do want to do the DLC for The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine at some point, but that's kind of it.
I can wait and fish all day.
Let's see.
Put on.
In turn. So yeah, Gwent had a small chance at some point to be the groundbreaking one. Well, that was that. Like, it had a chance to defeat Hearthstone, and quite frankly, if Gwent came out right now, there might have been a chance at it. But it did come out too early. So, 25 dust and a pack. I suppose slightly better than doing an average Arena Tavern Brawl, but it did also take 3 games. 3 pretty terrible games. Well, we've got an epic. So now what do we do? Paladin and Warrior is still what we're up against. I kind of wish that the new expansion was coming a couple weeks earlier. I'm ready at this point to get rid of a couple, redo all of these decks. Let's see where we are as far as the last expansion. Like, as far as Rastakan's Rumble, how much of this do we really have? Seems like after the next expansion we could probably get everything up to epic pretty cheaply, because the blues that we're missing here would only cost 100. Maybe that's not realistic, maybe it is. But we're going to be tight on gold because we're going to have to hold onto gold for the next expansion, the single player expansion, so we're only going to open like 25 packs instead of 50, even though we have enough to open 50. And that actually may not work out that way, because it may be that we get a bunch of daily quests in between the release of the new expansion cards and the release of the new single player part of the expansion. And if that's the case, then we could buy more packs, I suppose. Yeah, that's 12 pages. That's not terrible. And Rumble really is the only one I think I could justify buying. Like, I don't see how it makes a lot of sense to try and open or make anything else. Yeah, classic wise, this is the only card we don't have in classic. So any of these classic cards that are going to the Hall of Fame, which are at least like 6 cards, are going to end up giving me a lot of dust. I should look at it on the other accounts and make sure I have those cards in classic right now. That's something to do off screen, I suppose. But yeah, if I can get a boost of dust, particularly on the Asian and European account, that would be helpful. And if somebody was online to challenge a friend, that would be nice. But meanwhile, we'll do this. And it's Paladin and Warrior, right? Need 3 victories for? Yeah, Paladin and Warrior. Alright. We'll play this, and we'll jump into this. GameIndustry.biz has an article from schlocky licensed games to critically acclaimed indie Oxenfree co-director Sean Krenkel on the collapse of the shovelware the collapse of shovelware and how it helped
I will
shape
fight
Night
with
School
honor.
Studio. Now, let's see. Oxenfree. What is Oxenfree? I remember hearing about it. But I can't remember what it is. I think Oxenfree might be that puzzle game. Oh, I did this wrong, clearly. Let's just do that for safety's sake. It might be the puzzle game where you go forward and backward and rewind time. Or Oxenfree might have been the point and click adventure game. Like, that's the thing. Let me just Google Oxenfree. That though, yeah, Oxenfree is the instead of describe it, let's just show it.
Let me think.
This, and then, am I ready to do this? No. Alright, so Oxenfree is this game. You can see it's rated very positively by people who played it. It's a point and click, like, multi-dimensional, supernatural, choices matter, story-rich game, according to the tags. And you just have these conversations and walk around and kind of investigate, and you get these radio signals, and at some point I think you go to a slightly different dimension of the same area. It's $19.99, which I would say is probably at a premium. And if we look at what this developer is making, let's see, their next game is After Party, which has like no release date set, and it seems to have the same kind of art style, and it seems like it's probably the same thing. So anyways, this article probably, I really don't have time to read articles, it's becoming more and more apparent, but this article probably goes to show a real issue with getting an interview from someone who has had a single success, and he's talking about maybe his experience in the old days, which was not really relevant. Like, if he was working for a different company and making licensed games, that just is kind of nothing. Here, the final paragraph says, after first joining Disney Animation as a production coordinator on Toy Story 2 and A Bug's Life, Crackle moved over to Universal during the heyday of mascot platformers. Without any game development experience or qualifications, he was given directorship over his own IP for Microsoft, working with a British dev team. So it's basically a guy that got lucky. And yeah, he's just kind of promoting this. Like, there's a picture here that's not loading. It says After Party set to release sometime this year. Follows two recently deceased millennials challenging Satan to a drinking contest in the bowels of hell.
I will fight with honor.
There is some of this that I can kind of agree with, and I definitely felt it while playing the old Star Wars games. The idea of making a flight simulator and putting Star Wars on it and making it and calling it X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, for instance, is kind of ridiculous, because you don't need to invest that money into the license of Star Wars when you could just make a good flight simulator game and call it EVE Online, or Star Citizen, or like there are games out there that there are their own IP, and because they're their own IP, they've got more development, more funding for things like that. And so, yeah, licensed games for the most part have always sucked, and they've, for the most part, nowadays gone away. Excuse me. I was saying the same thing Monday, like Conan games. It would be great if there was a game set in a universe like the Conan comic book series, but in books and movies, or whatever the Conan universe really is to most people. But there's really no reason to actually spend the money on that license.
The battle! The battle!
Like, you could just make a medieval fantasy game, or a barbarian fantasy game. I guess it's not medieval. So yeah, I don't think this GameIndustry.biz article has anything important to say, so I'm gonna skip forward. Gamatsu, I guess I should applaud Gamatsu for keeping their articles concise and short. Anyways, Gamatsu has an article, Raiden 5 Director's Cut rated for the Switch in Taiwan, so potentially a new Raiden game coming to the Switch, or Raiden 5 was originally released on PS4 and PC in 2017. The Director's Cut is an enhanced version of that. The original Raiden 5 launched on Xbox One on May of 2016, so it's a republish. I could see if you were a fan of actual shoot-'em-ups, flying around, playing the classic Raiden games on the Switch, kind of makes sense. You'd almost hope that you could turn the Switch screen sideways, though, so you could get some more verticality out of it. Which is not something I think I've seen any Switch game do. But yeah, if you're going to play an arcade style game, playing it on a portable system makes a little bit of sense. If you're going to try to get kids or even younger adults into old school arcade games, the Switch is probably as good of a place as any to release your game and try to get a few more sales. What else do we want to do? I've filled up my hands. My board has been filled up, so I can't do anything.
I fight.
So just
The battle!
keep attacking, and then we'll be done in a couple turns. Next, we have a game on Steam called Elephants Can't Jump. This idea is kind of funny. It's an octopus riding an elephant to do a platforming game, and there's a little bit of artisticness here. It's not just horrible MS Paint graphics, but it is pretty bad, and clearly this is not a heavily polished platformer. It seems like there's no enemies in the game at all, and very few challenges otherwise. It's discounted to $6.99. Yep, this is not a game that should make it to the wish list. Alright, where's the other guy? Didn't I have two of them? Or did he destroy it? Alright, fine. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do this.
Your peace.
Done.
And then we'll end the turn. Gamma Sutra has an article, EA soliciting help from Anthem players to figure out the PS4 crashing issues. There's some slight misreporting on the Anthem crashing issues. The fact that it can force crashes on almost every single platform, particularly the PS4, to the point where it's corrupting the database and you have to like hold down the power button and then plug in a controller, and then get into the recovery menu. I don't even know the full settings, and then go down to rebuild the database, which then takes forever. Is bad. It's also questionable. Why do you need to rebuild a database instead of just having a backup? That seems silly. But whatever. There we go. Victory. The fact that any game can do that is really bad, and that's a flaw in certification, like something that would not have been allowed to happen on older generations of consoles. This game would have never been tested and never been certified. In fact, game developers used to complain all the time that failing certification would delay the release of games. Now we've gone the exact opposite direction, and now games never get delayed. Instead, they get pushed out unfinished all the time. But even if you're going to accept a reality where console games are just broken betas that are on the disc and then day one patches fix everything, the fact still remains, this kind of is an unheard of thing, like, for all of the PlayStations and all of the Xboxes and all of the Nintendo consoles. I don't think I've ever heard of a game going into being sold in a store that could actually cause significant problems. Now, the misreporting there is the part that people are saying it's bricking your PS4, and that's just not true. And some people are even trying to create this concept of a soft brick of your PS4, and that too is not true. That's just not what's happening. Something is bricked only if it is absolutely not recoverable by any reasonable means whatsoever. So this is a term that I first became familiar with from phones. So if your entire phone is formatted and erased, but you could then put a you can still connect to it and like flash a factory default firmware on it, and flash a factory default operating system on it. That's not bricked. It's only bricked when everything is erased and you can't connect to the phone and flash the firmware or the operating system on it. And I've bricked things, so I know that feeling.
Your magic shall not save you.
So in the instance of a PlayStation 4 being bricked, you wouldn't be able to hold down the power button. You wouldn't be able to go into recovery mode. You wouldn't be able to potentially plug in a thumb drive with a factory default firmware. It's ideally should be close to impossible to brick anything without physically attacking or destroying something inside of a device. Like, that is the number one thing you don't want to have happen as a developer of consumer electronics goods. Is the last thing you want to do is have scenarios where you have to ship something broken back to a factory that's scrapped for parts, or ship a brand new unit out to a consumer because you want to avoid shipping more than anything else. Moving on though. Game Industry .biz has another article that probably don't have time to read, but I'll throw it out here. Full crunch, no crunch, self crunch, one developer's career and going solo. And what this is talking about is developers, well, the subtitle here is Developers South Rosen reflects on his experience of crunch working on BioShock Infinite, Don't Starve Together, and Mafia 3. I imagine Don't Starve Together was the solo game. And I wouldn't be surprised if BioShock Infinite was the no crunch game. The thing here is, the reason why crunch as a concept exists in video game programming at all is because it was an idea that people let be established and kind of enforced on themselves before it became industry standard. Like, it's totally believable that most video game programmers and most programmers in general overworked themselves and they're workaholics, and they got pushed further into that mentality, even further than they really would have gone. So yeah. In the end, what it boils down to, in my opinion, is that there should be less of a people should just be forced to take breaks. Like, literally, that's really what it comes down for some people. So you need to be forced to take a break and take a vacation and just recenter yourself, because even though people don't think they need to, most of the people that are workaholics, they eventually crash and burn. It eventually turns when you get into your mid-30s, 40s, 50s. All of a sudden you don't have as much energy because you're older, and you start internalizing that somewhat, and you just and start being upset with yourself because you can't work as hard as you would want to. I mean, literally, earlier in the stream, I was saying the same thing, as I just feel like I'm not making as much content as I used to make. And it's probably true. And maybe some people would say I'm a workaholic for this YouTube channel, considering how little, how it's not really paying anything to do it, but by most standards, I think most people would say I'm pretty laid back, and I'm certainly trying to embrace that some more and not overwork myself and burn myself out, because what I'm trying to avoid more than anything is a day that comes by where I just say, you know what, forget it, I'm just not going to make any YouTube content at all. I'm just giving up the YouTube channel after 5+ years of effort. Like, that's the big avoid. And I would never do crunch at any company. Like, this is a bad thing to say out loud, but you know what, I've been pushed around in previous jobs before, and I'm just not willing to sacrifice my physical and mental well-being so that some employer that didn't schedule right or hire enough people can get some bonus or get a project done that they should have never agreed to doing in the first place.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
So yeah, I'm past that point where I'd be willing. This is another one of these stories on game industry that might be interesting to read if you're thinking about working in the video game industry. There's a quote here. If you're going to volunteer to work real hard for no additional compensation, then corporations are your best friend. And yeah, no duh on that one. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do this and hope for poison. Yeah. So I can do this, this, and that.
Speak your peace.
And this.
No more take candles.
don't see how I'm gonna win this. So, here's another quote. That's pretty much all you have to do in most articles. Is if they're highlighting a quote, that's the 3 sentences in the entire article that are worth. When I joined Hangar 13, which would be Mafia 2, I started crunching as soon as I arrived in San Francisco. I never really figured out how to live there. Quote, here's another quote. I don't know how to live my life. I don't remember what normal days are like. Seems to be about accurate for workaholics.
Reporting for duty.
Go ahead and hit that. See if there are any other quotes here. Here's a quote. No, unionization is not going to fix everything that's wrong with the industry, but by God, it would help. It will help. I think a lot of this is definitely a push towards unionization. Unionization would definitely fix some of the problems, but not all. Like he is definitely right there, because what would happen if the video game industry unionized is you would see no real reduction in crunch, but you would see a major increase in overtime compensation for crunching, to the point where a couple years down the line, when people are budgeting and scheduling and hiring for the next job, they're going to say, oh, we can't actually afford to have this few employees. We need twice as many employees. Which that's really what it comes down to. Is for as much as video game journalists and activists in general talk about wanting to hire more people, more minorities and such, you could easily cause a lot more people, more minorities to be hired when you just force the video game industry through unionization to hire 2, 3, 4 times as many employees that they actually need. It is jaw-dropping to see how few people work on some games. And a lot of times it's gotten a lot worse in recent times than it even was before. You have some indie developers that are making single-player games that are way better on scale than what an old LucasArts game would be. And a LucasArts game, you look at some of those credits as I'm playing these Star Wars games, and there's like 100 people listed there. So that's a big team. So yeah, and it's not like AAA games, even though they've gotten 4 or 5 times better in quality and bigger. It's not like AAA games credits go on forever either. Although, frankly, let's move on, because there's a lot of news here, and I'm kind of going over opinion pieces, or just spouting off my own opinion, which, okay, I mean, it's my stream, I can do whatever I want, but I'd like to actually have something more to say. GameIndustry.biz has another article. 1 Hour, 1 Life developer struggles with an unofficial port. Jason Rower stands by the decision to release the game into the public domain despite problems with customer confusion around a mobile adaptation.
Well played.
Are you gonna win? I don't know why this guy's well playing me. For the past 15 years, it says, an independent developer, Jason Rower, has released all of his work into the public domain. He's apparently never run into a serious issue as a result of this decision before, but he's having trouble with an unofficial mobile port of his latest title, PC game, 1 Hour, 1 Life. Well, this really just tells me that for the past 15 years he's not made a successful game. Because any public domain game that was good would have definitely been ported, would have definitely been copied, and it is an immediate betrayal of what you claimed. Like, if your intent to let people let the public domain literally own your creation, then you can't come back and complain when someone uses it to make a mobile port, even if it is causing people to potentially confuse or even come to you asking for support. Let's try Rush Warrior while we're doing this. I mean, this is just two-faced, is literally what it is. And I've seen several of these 1 hour, 1 life games. They are the games.
The light shall bring victory.
Victory or death!
They are basically like simplistic life simulator games that that you play for like 1 hour and see how far you can go. It is, the article continues, it is the Chinese version of this game that sparked roars, that's R-O-H-R-E-R, is the last name, letter. While the previous versions of the mobile game made note that they were an unofficial adaptation of Royal's original PC game. Well, if you put it under the Creative Commons with the attribution required, if that's really what he wanted, he wouldn't have had a problem. Well, he might still have had a problem, but he'd have something to stand on.
I see a vision in the flames.
Let's see. Roar said that the demo released on the Chinese store TapTap last week contained no such notice. The Chinese App Store version of the game, as saved by App Annie, auto translates the game subtitled as a genuine licensed game. And they're not wrong. Like, when you put it under, like, in the public domain, whatever license you did, which I assume you put it under like a Creative Commons or I don't know, like open source, a full open source license, then you did license it, so it is a genuinely licensed game. Because the Creative Commons license is a license. So his complaint is kind of not valid, at least on the face of it. You made a license by putting it in the public domain with all of the public. You gave it to everyone. Let's see. He dealt with customer complaints. So, too bad. Like, if people are finding your contact and contacting you, that just happens when you get big. Like, Giant Bomb talks about that all the time, where they get customer support calls for games like Fortnite, and they're like, we don't work for Fortnite, we don't work for Epic. If you need help, we're not the people to help you. Let's see, is there anything else I want to do? No. Here's a quote. I feel like a great deal of damage has already been done to my legacy and reputation as a designer, and an unfathomable amount of damage will be done in the future. I think this is ridiculous. Like, clearly he did not understand what the idea of the licenses are, and he just flippantly released it in the public domain without knowing that. Like, I'd really like to see what license, if any, he released it under, because even if he just put it in the public domain as by putting it on GitHub or some website like that, there would have been something. Like, that totally would have been a license of something. I don't want this guy to die. So, how can we do this? Play this. And do this. There we go.
Do you like to play with fire?
Apparently he tried to DMCA these games. This game from and take it off of Apple, Google, and TapTap. There's a quote here. This is going on for more than 4 days, and I have been pressing matters to attend to family GDC talk, more 1 hour, 1 life updates. So at this point, I guess I give up. And then he says, quote, I've withdrawn my dispute submissions to Apple, Google, and TapTap. So really, this is an article of someone just complaining that they got into something they didn't know what it was. Let's see. If I could Google this, because the information here that really I want to know is not getting said. Alright. Can I do enough? Whenever a minion takes damage. Let's see. Alright, so I'm on their website, and let's see. We're scrolling down to the bottom of their official website. This may not work. There's a credits link at the bottom. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's copywriting any of this in any way. Which is not to say he doesn't have a copyright. It just means that his claim for copyright is weak. By the way, I hate to generalize, but if we are going to point out this picture here of this guy, this looks like a guy who didn't bother to read or understand how a license worked, if I've ever seen one before. But yeah, this was the link to his page on credits, and like there's nothing, no copyright at all on his page, it seems like. And so if that's what he thinks open domain is, or public domain, he is using an open source symbol. We can show this off. This is the sort of official open source symbol here for open source software. Is this key hole. So he's using that. He's also saying tech support included and full source code. So yeah, it's what he's not doing here is creating any kind of license at all. He's just implying that it's open source. This is totally unenforceable. Like, no claim he could ever make, I think, would stand up in court at all. This is just stupidity. It's stupidity in the fact that he failed to use any of the license out there, which is ridiculous. Like, even when you upload a video, what I'm uploading right now is being licensed under either YouTube's license or the Creative Commons license are the two options that you can pick. But it's being licensed, it's being claimed as copyrighted by default. There's kind of no way, no easy way to even get around that and put up a YouTube video. But this game developer just did not know. I mean, clearly he still doesn't know. He still doesn't understand how license works. Like, you can make a Creative Commons pick and choose. It can be free for non-monetary use. It could be free for monetary use. It could be free for monetary use with attribution or attribution not needed. It could be, you could write it, frankly, to say anything. It could be free to everybody except for people in, let's say, Spain, just to pick a country. You could say that if you wanted to. I don't know why you'd want to exclude Spain, but what you can't do is just put your source code out there and then give an indication that you intend for it to be out in public domain and then complain that people used it. For as much as video game developers and other tech companies in general complain about Chinese companies stealing the copyrights and the intellectual property of people, in this is clearly your fault. Like, and it's not too hard to literally say, to just make a filter, change your email, like not respond to those comments, which is inherently, I think, what you would want to do is, for that Chinese version, have a filter that auto responds something like, this game is not an official port, it is claiming to be, it was not authorized by me, and I do not support or endorse it in any way. I have no business dealings with it. Something along that line. And just, you're just gonna have to live with the fact that that there is a competitor, a copy or port of your game. I mean, that's what you were signing up for, was to let any random person who could do it very poorly port your game. Let's see. Moving on, we have an article from TechRaptor. V-Blank Entertainment is bringing Shakedown Hawaii to Epic Games storefront. So Shakedown Hawaii seems to look a lot like a Hotline Miami clone, if I was to guess. It's coming to the Epic Games Store as kind of an exclusive, at least for PC on the Epic Store. But it is also coming to the Switch, 3DS, PS4, and PS Vita, which is strange. This is another instance, I would say, of it not really mattering as much as it probably should, because it's only going to be a big deal in the instances of games that people were super hyped about and really wanted to play. But it is certainly another grain of sand, another straw that could break the camel's back as we see more and more exclusives. But it's still really only like one AAA game has been exclusive that mattered, and everything else that's been exclusive so far on the Epic Store are these small indie games that probably weren't gonna ever sell anyways, and so they're just getting their money up front by signing an exclusivity deal. Meanwhile, the Epic Store is not really gaining any good publicity because it feels very much like a storefront that is full of not a lot of things, and even when it does have some games, they're not very good games.
Quickly.
Next, we have a game on Steam called Here and Elsewhere, which seems to be a collection of like asset flip, kind of space mining game. It's VR. Like, this video is weird. It says 20,000 years in the future and our signals have been received, but it's too late for life on Earth. The hyperdimensional crystals have arrived to a blasted wasteland. And see. So then they start just growing these crystals on this planet, and it kind of looks like this is a clone of Grow Up, but there's no robot or anything. This game is free to play, but it requires VR, and it really doesn't look that good. So, yeah. I guess that's a thing.
Reporting for duty.
Go and protect ourselves a little bit.
The battle.
Let's see. Game Industry, our GameIndustry.biz has an opinion piece here. We're losing the history of the App Store opinion. Touch Arcade's editor-in-chief on the vanishing legacy of mobile games and why he's leaving the site to save them. So somebody is leaving Touch Arcade, and thus they've given him a platform he really didn't deserve. There is, I guess, a general idea here that yes, the App Store in particular not supporting the old style, like I think they were 32-bit apps, has made a lot of those mobile games be abandoned. On the other hand, most of those mobile games were terrible anyways, and people have copies, certainly. People have copies on their old iPhones that they either backed up. So this is hardly a case of really losing history. For anything that is even slightly popular these days, there's immediately somebody that's ripping those games and making copies. It's not the old days of like NES ROMs or something where it was highly expensive and people didn't have computers and it was practically impossible to make a ROM of a game. Like, those things exist, and they can exist very easily. All that is really happening is that the average iPhone user can't play a few select games that are actually good still, while also the App Store is getting massively cleaned up by having a bunch of terrible games and terrible apps in general just removed. And yes, it was draconian and ham-fisted for Apple to just say we're not going to support 32-bit apps anymore, but nothing stopped the developers of those games to patch their games. They just didn't care. It was literally apathy. And as an Android user, more and more, like every time I have to get a new phone, I go through all of my apps and I say, is this something I still use? Is this something that isn't just a lot of the apps on Android were apps to fix little things I didn't like with the operating system itself, and just as the operating system itself got better, I didn't need those apps. So yeah, there are fewer and fewer apps on my phone every couple of years, and there practically are no new apps I ever install on my phone. I occasionally, once every year or so, will try to see if I can find something that would be entertaining as far as a game, but that's kind of it.
The light protects me.
Right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and kill that.
Job's done.
And I don't know what you could do about this. Otherwise, the only thing you can do is really make an archive.org type website and just have basically ROMs, which probably would get DMCA'd. Meanwhile, I'm sure there's a torrent out there that has one of every iPhone game that matters anyways.
No more take and
Let's take that. The bottom of this article is Eli Hodap was the editor-in-chief of Touch Arcade from 2009 to 2019. 10 years, frankly, is not, oh, I'm moving abruptly to follow my dream. It's 10 years. I've worked here long enough. I'm getting out. So let's do that.
For justice.
Well, this one wouldn't have explosive trap anyways, would it? So I can just attack.
the battle. The battle.
Interesting. Eli Hodap has now joined Game Club, a new company dedicated to bringing premium game experiences back to mobile. So this really is just an advertisement, and he is now the VP of Business Development. So literally, this entire article is nothing but an advertisement.
For justice.
I imagine what this is going to come down to is I'll get this down to 1 health, and then next turn I'll do 1 damage, and then that'll give him immune, and then I'll have to win the next turn. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Territory Idol. It's already mixed on the reviews. It looks horrible. Like, really terrible. I call these like old DOS games, but honestly, even playing the old Star Wars X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter games, those are old DOS games too, and they managed to do 3D graphics. They managed to look good, even if it is just 2D graphics. This is an early access, free-to-play game for no reason with in-app purchases. Yeah, right. What a joke. Alright, so I'm gonna do this. And let's see what this does. Oh, that actually won. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. Let's see. Do I have my timer going? Yeah, I have about 10 more minutes. Alright. Let's see. Challenge a friend is the only thing left, so let's see if we can spectate this guy and see if we can challenge him. Game of Sutra has an article, and this is more of a procedural announcement, I suppose. Vivendi, the viaduct company set up by Napoleon to give a monopoly in France to his like cousin, I believe, and then eventually grew into a giant media conglomerate. Vivendi has sold off its final Ubisoft shares. It's really procedural, though. I mean, Vivendi already said that they weren't going to give up their attempt at a hostile takeover of Ubisoft, so it doesn't really matter if they held on to a few shares here and there. The quote here is, Vivendi is no longer a Ubisoft shareholder and maintains its commitment to refrain from purchasing Ubisoft shares for a period of 5 years. So maybe they'll come back in 5 years and try again. There is some slight differences in the law in France, where Ubisoft is headquartered, about just automatic procedures that initiate if you own a certain amount of shares in a company. It seems kind of ridiculous that you can't. Well, it seems ridiculous to me, but there might be a good reason for it. But it seems like it would be fine to own 95% of the shares in a company, not vote on anything, and just let the board run it and let the company act as an independent entity and just take all the money from it. Like, it would be kind of nice if there were hands-off investors out there, but there aren't. Every investor is trying to get as much money as possible, and that because they're trying to get as much money as possible, they're always pushing for companies like EA to do shady things, like lay off a bunch of people or add microtransactions, or you know, in general do things that aren't consumer friendly or good for the industry in general. Moving on, here's a smaller story that didn't get reported by everybody, it seems. Gamer Sutra has an article, a multiplayer Skyrim mod is criticized for lifting code from another mod. So the multiplayer Skyrim mod, Skyrim Together, is facing criticism from seemingly taking code from another Skyrim mod, though the developers themselves argue that the code was only present in the prototyping stages of development and has been removed. While the accusation hasn't branched into legal threat of any kind, taking code from another project without permission or attribution is the kind of thing that can easily land developers in hot water, both in modding scene and full-fledged game development. So this is a case of a not white room development. So somebody literally saw the code of somebody and then copied it in the prototyping stage and rewrote it to be their own code, but still they saw someone else's code for that. Whereas a white room development, which is what a more professional organization would do, is that there would be just some general things, like you would have the beginning of the code and the ending of the code. At the beginning of the code, there would be some values put in, some variables. So you would tell the developers, you're going to get variable position X, position Y, position Z, and you're going to output a new position X, position Y, position Z when your function is done, when your code is done. And let's say the function is designed to walk forward. So you would need those positions and probably a little bit more information to figure out how the character is going to walk forward. This is a simplistic example that you probably would not have to program too much of. But that's all you would tell them, and is what you're getting when the function starts and what you want when the function comes out. That's the idea of a white room. It's not an actual physical white room usually, or a clean room type development. That's not what they did. They saw every bit of the code. They saw everything that was happening, and it gets really, really hard to rewrite your code so that it doesn't, so it isn't just a copy of that. Particularly when it's really easy to say, well, this code already works, let's just keep it. Let's not change much of anything. And I've done coding, and I've certainly seen other people's code and used other people's code as a starting frame. So I can kind of understand what the modders were thinking. And particularly if you're making a mod and you're not selling it for any money, you're probably not thinking of yourself as an actual professional that needs to follow any professional standards. But this is a bad precedent to start a coding career on. But you will do it. You definitely will see other people's code and copy it. And the only thing I could say is, once you've reached a certain level of coding, you've got a way in which you want things to work, and you've got a style in which you want to label variables, and you've got a naming style. So there's slight ways to change things there. And if you're doing a significant amount of coding, there's ways to move things around and have a style there that makes it something very much like your own. But there are wrong ways definitely to do it also. If you're just going into someone else's code and you're removing the comments that the original creator made, or you're adding a new line like hitting return and double spacing things, that's just a surface level change that is not realistic. Like, you're not really doing any coding there. Almost inherently, looking at someone else's code, you're going to want to make some changes or modifications or improvement. Let's see. So, yeah. The other issue, according to this article that's arisen, is Skyrim Together is making $25,000 per month on Patreon. Must be nice. Which kind of makes, I guess, makes it that they are actually getting paid. Yeah, but I really can't disagree with, we need to make a prototype. We need to make it fast. We need to see if we can actually get this project done. Let's copy as much code. Most code that you can find in general is some kind of open source code anyways, so if they found the code, that probably means it was open source or Creative Commons or something. But there is a lot of value you may not realize you get by trying to cheat your way to a close to final product early to find out if it's ever going to work. Because particularly in the idea of the mod Skyrim Together, you're talking about introducing online connectivity and shared worlds resources in a giant open world section game that was definitely not there in the main game. And there hasn't, I don't think, except for Elder Scrolls Online, which is a completely different type of game, like all the other Fallout games and Skyrim games, none of that's had multiplayer in it. So that is like a really, really big task and mod. It's not a simple, we've changed the dragon's texture to look like Thomas the Tank Engine style mod. So in the prototyping stage, copying as much code as possible, seeing if it could really work makes a good amount of sense. And there's literally no way to fix this either. Like, it wouldn't win in a lawsuit if what is being said is true. If it was only used in the prototyping stage, that probably wouldn't win in a lawsuit. And literally nothing they code will ever come out as being clean, as if we've started from scratch and we've forgotten everything we've learned up until this point, and we wrote the code without using that original code. No, that knowledge is in the programmers' heads, and it will forever be there. So while the code is a little bit dirty, it's not something that an end user should care about. Perhaps the patrons don't want to support that, and that's certainly their choice. But also, in general, it's kind of like a non-story. Like, I imagine a lot of codes out there, a lot of mods out there steal code. For as many games that we see on Steam that look like they are either getting pre-bought, pre-made assets and pre-made things from the Unity store, and a lot of games out there that feel like they very possibly are just stealing things directly on Steam. That's just kind of the name of the game for a lot of people. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article, Far Cry New Dawn review, dead and buried. So apparently they didn't like it. Let's see, they gave it a 6.5 good. Oh, they did like it. Frustrating, Far Cry New Dawn doesn't deliver in any real way. It doesn't pay off from Far Cry 5's ending. It doesn't offer new spins on the Far Cry formula.
Well
doesn't
played.
even offer players an escape from money woes. It's just another Far Cry, and that's just not enough anymore. Pros, outposts still rock, Hope County's charm, plentiful expeditions, and minimal perk. Perk must be a character. Alright, come on. There we go. Aw, you suck. Well, you're not my friend anymore. The cons for Far Cry are slapdash storytelling, overwhelming push for microtransactions, and video game nonsense finale. Okay, so yeah, kind of in the same way that I'm now rethinking DOA, because I saw some more videos of, like, you know, DOA 5 has over $1,000 worth of DLC too. So I think DOA is as a fighting game, as one of the potential fighting games I might want to cover, since it's falling out of favor. I think Far Cry 5 and Far Cry New Dawn have fallen below the table of anything I really want to play. I think it's pretty obvious. If I was going to play any of the Far Cry games, I should probably just play Far Cry 3, maybe Far Cry 4, and Far Cry Blood Dragon, and maybe Far Cry Primal. And even that probably should be spread around over the course of 10 years, if anything. I'm probably not going to play any Far Cry game until I've caught up with all the Assassin's Creed games, and at that point I might just be done with them, with open world games like that. Well, we didn't really need to challenge a friend, but it would have been nice. And we've been going 1 hour and 35 minutes, so we are good. So I'm gonna end this recording here, and we'll switch over to the European account. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
some new stories tonight.
Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, March 6th, and we are on the European account. We have a Watch and Learn and play 30 Shaman cards. So we've got like 5 people on, so I can just watch and learn right now. And we also have to do a Tavern Brawl. So while we're doing this Watch and Learn, we can hopefully get through several bits of news. So our first bit of news we have is Rovio is in talks to sell its streaming service Hatch. The Angry Birds firm brings in several investors to discuss reducing its 80% stake. Hatch apparently is a premium game streaming service startup. I've never heard of it, so it clearly hasn't been successful in the United States. I guess what you could say here is a lot of the small-time streaming startup companies really failed to establish any kind of foundation, and so second to the market is now Nintendo with their streaming game service, and Xbox is way more successful than Nintendo with their streaming game service, and PlayStation had their streaming game service too, that's just is more successful than Hatch at least. But there's definitely like a lot of small companies that tried to do things like that, and even medium companies that tried to do things like that, and really the only one that I think has slightly succeeded is I guess it's the PlayStation one, is the only one that really streams. And see, that's part of the problem, is that there really should be a dividing line between you're playing the game through streaming. I know Google is trying some of that too through Chrome. So really PlayStation's the only one that has streaming services. It's just everything else has download services too. You can just download the game online and get a Games Pass basically, and that works way better. The truth is, I don't think, particularly in the case of video games, that streaming makes any sense at all. I think it uses more data by a long time. As somebody who uploads videos to YouTube every day almost, like, those videos are huge. Those files are huge. Yes, some people somewhere around the world could be watching my videos at the lowest resolution possible and maybe saving themselves a little bit of data. But when you're playing a game in particular, you're going to see that same video and that same audio over and over and over again. It's going to be way bigger than if you just had something that could download the game once and launch it from a local machine. Like, streaming makes sense kind of for music and movies. It totally doesn't make sense for video games. And the idea of streaming was to make it so that you could play something that normally would require something like a PlayStation or an Xbox One to play on something much less powerful like a cell phone. And that really hasn't shown itself to be very popular or successful either, just because of controller issues and screen size issues. Moving on, I've kind of buried the lead. The big non-story here that eventually did turn into a story, and I'll try to not get into and cover this. So, let me just explain the situation as I understand it. Anybody who's been watching my channel for my Hearthstone streams knows we see all kinds of garbage put on Steam. There's all kinds of things that come on because of Steam Direct. And in previous instances, we've seen things listed and being allowed to make a Steam page, but never actually coming to the point where the game files were submitted or the game was actually available for purchase or anything like that. Clearly, there is a problem with Steam's system in the fact that there's no checks whatsoever as far as there's no checks or balances. Let's see if we can find somebody else that while we're doing this. Come on, spectate. There's clearly no system. You can put all kinds of clearly obvious, this should be looked at before it's approved and put in our database. There should be some kind of preliminary system to look at games, because people have made pages in the past that in no way should have been approved. Like, they're not trying to dance around the system at all. If there are any kind of spam filters or anything, they're terrible. And inherently, this is a problem with Valve too. Like, nothing gets done at Valve unless it's a Gabe Newell pet project, is what I've heard. And if they really want to get anything done, they have to hire out because of their flat, terrible business structure. And so, yeah, just nobody is fixing that problem, and they need to fix that problem because we've had the previous story like this was somebody put up and made a page where it was going to be an active shooter simulator on Steam, and that game never came out on Steam. It was never available for purchase. That being said, that got reported like it was available and for purchase on Steam by just bad journalists. Not only bad journalists in the video game mainstream media, but bad journalists in regular journalism were reporting on this game as if it was something that was real and anything more than just a collection of screenshots that had been made up. Like, fairly certain there was no game there. Alright, so that was our watch and learn. Let's go into the Tavern Brawl this time. This Tavern Brawl kind of sucks. So almost everything in this deck is kind of useless because it becomes a 1/1. So let's see if we can maybe make a Murloc deck. Let's see, other Murlocs, 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 Murlocs. Okay, that's probably enough Murlocs for that. Let's see. See if we can find anything that will summon. So yeah, I'm gonna take a break from talking about this story, which I've really just done the setup for. So apologies. Knife Juggler. Let's see. This, when this summons, it's still a 1/1. This probably is not too bad. That wouldn't work. Probably is not one. Like I'm trying here to do the best I can, but you know, probably maybe doing magnetic wouldn't be a terrible thought. Alright. Let's try that. Lock it in. So what's the new non-story? And it really is a non-story because we know this. And this really is very possibly, like, you can't know what the actual intentions of this developer was, but I would easily classify them as a troll that was putting out a troll game game page, not a real game. That there never was a chance this game was ever going to be on sale, and it's very important to point that out. A troll made a game page. Steam has a problem with letting people make game pages. That's as far as it goes.
None will survive.
Man, he does have that legendary that improves your hero ability if you have even cards or odd cards. I guess I just don't have Baku the Moon either in my deck in Classic. Interesting.
Move quickly.
Alright. This, and then this.
Dark path is my destiny.
Hit him, please, twice. There we go. But GameIndustry.biz has this article, and a lot of people have this article. GameIndustry.biz in general has an opinion piece that is completely unfair, and certainly the mainstream video game media has taken this as just an opportunity to attack Steam, and this, I feel personally, is coming directly from a place of being unhappy with the fact that Steam has adopted and most recently stuck to a mostly 100% free speech position on their storefront. They don't want to get in the middle of this fight, which is just going to keep coming again and again. They don't want to piss off developers of games or artists who really want to tell their tales or their stories. That being said, this game clearly was going to fall into the straight up trolling category, which I think that they've probably abandoned using that phrase because and this was made into a non-traversy enough that that Steam has put out on their own storefront a announcement that this game is not going to be sold on their storefront, and they're not going to allow it. And that was obvious to anybody with half a brain and anybody who was not trying to push an agenda. So this is all the setup. Let's talk about the game. Well, let's talk about this article. GameIndustry.biz has this article. Steam is in the rape fantasy business. Opinion. Upcoming visual novel highlights the problem with Valve's refusal to apply content standards to its storefronts. So they're very much doing it in a perspective of, because somebody was allowed to make a store page that was never ever had a chance of being approved and actually being sold on Steam, because of this one troll that very possibly, I mean, you don't want to get into conspiracy theory, but the conspiracy is out there when the person that tried to cause Adpocalypse 2.0 put out his video. He was doing it very maliciously and dishonestly. Like, that is the claim many people have made. I wouldn't be surprised if this troll who put out the Steam page game, the Steam game page, was doing it intentionally to be malicious. Like, it feels like an effort to be malicious. The description of the game, the terrible quality screenshots from just like basic Unity assets, clearly it was all designed to be as
The dark path is my destiny.
objectionable as possible, I guess is the right phrase to say. Like, this was totally an effort to push, at the very least, push the boundaries beyond what is reasonable. It is intentional, disgusting speech. Oh man, did I lose connection? Apparently I did. There we go. Hey, I lost it for a second there. So the quote here is in the About Game section. It says, control the choices of a menacing serial killer rapist during the zombie apocalypse. Verbally harass, kill, and rape women as you choose to progress the story. It's a dangerous world with no laws. The zombies eating flesh off warm humans and brutally raping them. But you are the most dangerous rapist in town. So, like, if you were going to make a game where you had an anti-hero character who engages in an abhorrent action such as rape, you're not just going to phrase it that way. This is way beyond what Hatred did, and Hatred was clearly intentionally dancing a line to get controversy to sell a bad game. This is not dancing a line. This is going 10 miles past the line into just disgusting speech. And in the end, I can't 100% say YouTube, no, not YouTube. I'm usually talking about YouTube in this case. I can't really say that Steam is a free speech platform as it is. It just isn't. It's a storefront. They make curation decisions. Their line was straight up trolling. This clearly falls into straight up trolling. Like, and it looked like garbage. And yeah, this opinion piece from GameIndustry.biz just goes on and on and on. It is 22 paragraphs long, whereas most game industry articles, GameIndustry.biz articles, are 3 paragraphs long. And see, when you see such a difference in how much people are writing about something, that tells me that they really wanted to write about that thing, which then makes, at least in my tinfoil hat mind, think, did they ask, welcome, or directly tell people, the person who made this game page, to post that on Steam? I wouldn't be surprised also if this was a direct attempt by a competitor. Like, that would be like malicious and probably illegal, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody in Epic is hiring some person to publish this stuff, to make that game page. The important thing to take away from this, and we'll see several other articles and talk about it today, just talking about the articles and how it wasn't really a story at all until Steam came out and said yeah, we're not publishing this. That's pretty much all it boils down to. Steam commits to its old commitment of stopping straight up trolling games. And even at that, there's still plenty of troll games, in my opinion, and low effort games that are not getting kicked off Steam. Steam is still very, very generous and pro free speech as much as possible. And they've done I mean, they deserve a little bit of a pat on the back for shifting course and allowing the real visual novels that are actually designed with an intent to make a good product on Steam, instead of enforcing what was, for a few months there, a ridiculous standard of no visual novels set in a school or with anybody wearing a schoolgirl outfit was allowed. That was ridiculous and arbitrary. We're gonna move off this story for now, but we'll come back to it. Gematsu on the has an article. Control is Game Informer's April 2019 cover story. I don't know if that really is news or not, but I would like to see more information about Control. But that also means that I'm pretty much hyped. I'm on the hype train for Control, and I should get off that train, because there's a very good chance Control is not good. Like, very, very good chance.
Float like a butterfly. Sting like a bee.
Yeah, none of these cards work the way they should. This is terrible. Like, anything with a battle cry to summon something just turns into a 1/1. So I can win because I've got more cards on the field, and that's about it. Moving on, we have a game on Steam, and it is also worth mentioning, the reason why I only talk about games when they actually come out is because so many games, troll games or otherwise, just don't ever come out on Steam, which is the other story and controversy, is that yes, people are manipulating their release dates to make their game look like they are coming out in the next week, and then they change the release dates to be a week from next week every 7 days, so that they're constantly at the top of the coming soon division filter of the Steam store. We have a game here on Steam called Steel Division 2. I think this is actually pretty good. It's $30.99. I think the Steel Division series is fine. It's just kind of not the kind of game I would play. But maybe I should give this one a follow. Yeah. Let's be a little bit generous here and put Steel Division on the follow list. And then if I ever do decide I want to play a military sim game, at least I'm not jumping straight to Battlefront, which is kind of what I would do, because I would just be ignorant of some better options. So this, by putting military games on the follow list, I can say, oh, I know what the ones are that people like and people want to play. So yeah, for a long time people have been manipulating their release dates. It is yet another instance of people simply failing to have any kind of system in there. Like, it should be pretty easy to say your release date is locked in and you can't change it, but you can change your release date once every 30 days, or you can release your game early. Yeah, that's pretty much what it should be. Is like, if it is 28 days or 30 days before your like you can change your release date once for free, and then if you have to change it again, you have to wait 30 days. And if that means that your release date is you're going to push it back twice in that 30-day system, you're going to have to contact your like Steam representative and get it approved, or you're going to have to just release the game early and get the news out via some other forum other than Steam's storefront page, and that fixes that. Or, you know, you could get a little bit more strategic with it too. What you could do is you could have it so when you change your release date, you can change it as many times as you do, but by changing your release date, you're then filtered out of that forum. You're not shown. So that's the trade-off. Like but clearly there is some manipulation happening in this system. Next we have a game on Steam called Left Alive, which is already rated very negatively at 17%. It has Denuvo in it. It's from Square Enix. It's come out with like no information whatsoever. I believe this game, if I heard right on the Giant Bomb, they stopped streaming of this game in total on the PlayStation. Let's see what the negative reviews are. Let's see. Was really looking forward to this game since I'm a big fan of Front Mission franchise, but don't even bother with this game for a couple of reasons. Poor optimization on a 1080 Ti i70, terrible graphics, can't even play the game due to constant crashes. Also, you can check the Japanese Amazon. The game is already like 50% off and also showing a rating of 1 or 2 stars. So this is just like the worst game to be seen released in a very, very long time. And this might be the indication of the beginning of the end of Square Enix. This could certainly be a case where Square Enix is just putting out their last few games and then they're gonna give up. Or it could just be that Square Enix kind of consistently puts out bad games. Let's see if we can get a general idea of what they released. Well, they also released The Quiet Man, which was a kind of, they just published that. They Just Cause 4, which is mostly negative. Life is Strange 2, which is rated very positive. Tales of the Wedding Ring VR is in there if you have VR, that's rated positive. Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider is mostly positive. Boundless. Let's play this. So yeah, Forgotten Anne. So just looking at their front page, there's a lot of things that Square Enix Japan really didn't work on, and the last 3 in particular are not rated good. So yeah, this might be the beginning of the end. They may just be wrapping up and giving up. Now that Final Fantasy 15 has been abandoned, yeah, you can certainly see some problems there. Like, they need a win. They need a shift in direction. Maybe a shift in leadership, probably. I'd like to actually win more than one win on one of these cavern brawls, but I'm not holding my breath. Next we have a game on Steam called Shift Shaft, which sounds like a dirty name. Looks like it's just a kind of generic platformer. I don't even know if I want to go as far as to say it's low effort. They did put some effort in this animation style, but there is definitely a palette problem here with just how this green color blends in with these green hills in the background, and there's just way too much green up top. There's way too much monotone brown, and this here, and the tree trunk and the brown is all the same too. So they want $5.39. That's asking way too much for this game, and I imagine it's probably barely 13 levels. It would be my guess. 33 achievements makes me feel like it's an achievement game. So yeah, that's not making it to the fall list.
Squire, attend me.
Ready, sir.
Float like a butterfly.
Sting like a bee.
Let's see. Gamatsu has an article. Romancing Saga 3 Remastered delayed to an unannounced release window in Japan. It's no longer planned for early 2019. So the Romancing Saga 3, which would be the Scarlet Grace JRPG series, has been delayed. If you want to kind of see what that looks like, we can do a web peek here and just show. Yeah, it's just an 8-bit JRPG style game. I think they're good. I think they're popular, but I don't think there's kind of anything else to say about it other than it's been delayed, which is kind of standard. Kind of standard for Japanese developers to promise a game date and then push it back. I don't know why they bother to promise a release date. They're just, you know what it is almost certainly it's a middle manager or low-level employee in Japan being told by their boss that the release date is this time, and those low-level employees or middle managers just don't have the spine, frankly. Like, culturally, Japanese people don't like conflict, so they just don't have the spine to say, no, we can't get it done, it's not gonna happen. So instead they say, yes, we can do it, we'll do it, yes, we'll endure it, and we'll put in the hours and get it done. And even the upper manager probably knows they can't do it, but they want to push them anyways. And then that middle manager, low-level employee will come back and just fall on his sword and go, oh, it's all my fault, I'm so sorry, please forgive me, we have to delay. It's just not like, it's just not like an honest approach to game making. And I'm sure a lot of business dealings happen that way in Japan. That's my guess, as somebody who doesn't live in Japan and really doesn't know that much about Japan business culture. That is my suspicion. Okay, what do we want to do? If we start with this, I think we're going to do. Moving on, GameIndustry.biz has an article. A law firm is encouraging shareholders to sue Activision Blizzard over the Bungie split. Kuznicki, K-U-Z-N-I-C-K-I, Law joins a search for a lead plaintiff after publisher made, quote, material false and misleading statements. So the claim here is that the Activision Blizzard people in a shareholder meeting said one thing, like the CEO said one thing, and then they submitted something different to the SEC, and so they're upset. Let's see, the article continues. The complaint centers around the breakup between Activision, Blizzard, and Bungie. It doesn't really have anything to do with the layoffs. They're happy about the layoffs. So don't side with the shareholders ever in any instance.
How long can this go on?
Let's see. This.
Get down!
Attack mode!
You insist.
There we go. Konznuki alleges that Activision, quote, made material, false, and or misleading statements and failed to disclose certain facts around the decision. In the firm's loss submission form, it claims Activision failed to disclose that the termination of Activision Blizzard and Bungie's partnership was imminent, or that would foreseeably have a significant negative impact on Activision Blizzard's revenues. And it's gonna be kind of hard to question or prove that that was the only thing that impacted the revenue, because the layoffs are right around that time also.
You insist.
It further claims that as a result of Activision's Blizzard's public statements were material, false, and misleading at all times. There are details on how the shareholders can participate in the lawsuit on the forum. So, and then there's a for the record at the bottom of this article saying, a previous version of the story stated something wrong, so we corrected it. But they're not even labeling it as a correction, it's just a for the record, which is a bad journalism to deny that you made a mistake when you made a mistake. That's, well, it's just bad ethics in general. So yeah, the shareholders that in part led to Activision Blizzard trying to laying off 800 people are still not happy, and they want to sue Activision Blizzard for more money. And this seems like Activision Blizzard has found a way to spiral down the drain as much as possible. Let's see.
Float like a butterfly.
Sting like a bee.
So now it's kind of a race of who can do the most damage first. Next we have a game on Steam called The Occupation, which is mixed reviewed. I thought I had seen some reviews of this and that it was pretty good, but it may have been from TechRaptor, and seeing that this is published by Humble Bundle, I wouldn't be surprised if TechRaptor was biased a little bit because they have dealings with Humble Bundle. And Fanatical and all of that. Same company. I'm willing, this game does look slightly interesting, although the graphics look pretty bad. I'm willing to put this on the follow point. It's $29.99, though that's pretty high. It's got a 64 on Metacritic. It might just be buggy. Let's see. It's like controls and bugginess and all kinds of problems. So it seems like it's performance issues, so this is a great point where the follow list would work well. Just put this on the follow list, give it a year to see if maybe they'd patch it and make it work. By the time I get around to looking at the wish list anyways. Do I want to draw more cards or do I want to leave this? I'm gonna leave this. So yeah, I'll put it on the follow list and we'll give it a chance to fix itself. Of course, that's really, really generous. The game should be totally playable, at least, if not completely bug-free. on day one. Otherwise, it shouldn't be released. Alright, well. Let's see if we can do this. So unless this hits him kind of twice, alright. There we go. See, Tank Raptor has an article, navigating political intrigue and ambition, a minute to power. I don't know if this is an actual video game though. Ambition is Ambition a Minute to Power is the entire name. It's a Kickstarter backed project. Looks like it's kind of a choose your own adventure novel, visual novel type game. I don't know why I should just call it a visual novel game. That's the most accurate description. Alright, can we do this? So here's what it looks like. Ambition a Minute to Power. Yep. I like the art style. It seems nice, not too anime focused either, and that's always nice to see. So it's a bunch of European-esque people, and it seems like it's a card game type game. I feel like I've seen a card game like this in the real world, and this is a digital version of it. Apparently though, it isn't out on Steam yet, so this is one of those hype articles. Like, unfortunately, when this does come out, I'll be slightly interested in looking at it. But it has to actually come out first. Let's see, all I can really do is keep on putting up the pressure on the guy. Yeah, that's kind of all I can do.
Reporting for duty. Don't touch the air. Get down.
See, the funny thing here is I kinda should just I kinda should just spend like 2 mana to draw 1 more card. I kinda should. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Lover's Smile. This is a physics-based game. There's nothing in it that looks particularly interesting. Like, just basically emojis on a black and white background. Yeah. They want $1.19 for this game. It's in this giant bundle. It has 90 achievements. It's clearly an achievement game. So yeah, that's not making it to the list. Well, I guess that's a good thing that I didn't draw a card. Then if I seriously win with like 1 life, that'll be ridiculous. Yeah, this Tavern Brawl has really brought about a microscopic style of gameplay. This probably is how Hearthstone in its first year should have really played. Everybody should have been a 1-1 or a 0-1 or a 1-2, 1-3. Even like a 10 mana minion should have been really low in attack and health. And they moved, in my opinion, slightly too fast. Too fast for their own good with the power creep. and now they're having to adjust via nerfing. See if I can get just 2 more damage and kill this guy. I've won. Let's see. Komatsu has an article. The action platformer Overwhelm is coming to the Switch for April 4th. The Switch version adds an exclusive co-op mode.
The victory is yours.
Interesting. Look at this. I got 2 victories. But in all honesty, even if I got 12 victories, I don't think it's gonna reward me too much. If I had like 3 quick disconnects where I automatically won, I don't think that really matters. So yeah, here's what Overwhelm looks like. It's 8-bit pixel graphics, not anything particularly interesting. This looks interesting, this thumbnail certainly, but this definitely doesn't. So yeah, it's coming to the Switch, but I kinda don't care. Let's see. Was there an actual release date? It's coming to the eShop April 4th. Let's see. Do we want to do that?
Put this apple on your head.
Job's done.
Okay. Alright, now let's do this. And then do this.
Dark path is my destiny.
I'll probably use this to kill that, but that's 7 damage in 2 turns. Let's see. GameIndustry.biz has an article. The ERA declares, quote, generation rent as ownership gives away to subscriptions in entertainment. Despite a slight decline, console spending remains the largest physical entertainment sector in the UK at about £756 million. So what they're claiming here is that they're trying to, the Entertainment Retailers Association is saying that this generation is renting via subscription services games instead of actually owning them. In the United States, at least, you were always licensing the game and you never really owned them. But it was pretty impossible for Nintendo to come to your house and take a controller, a cartridge out of your console and make it impossible for you to play it because there was no internet. Now that there is internet, it is pretty easy to revoke the license for always on DRM. Might as well draw a card.
Time runs out on me.
But yeah, that's maybe a good thing, maybe a bad thing, maybe just the way things are going to be. Like, personally, I would not be happy with a system where I was just paying a monthly fee to play some games on Steam instead of purchasing and always owning the games on Steam, particularly since I've seen games that disappear from Steam, and that's the dangers. As a YouTuber or as somebody who's a bit nostalgic for some games and wants to play them when he wants to play them, I want all the options that I can possibly get. So I don't even know what to do here. Unless he can kill a couple more of my minions, I'm gonna have to struggle. Yeah.
The future is ours.
I wouldn't say that article is amazingly alarmist, but it is slightly alarmist. So they're just trying to draw cards now. Just play the rightmost cards over and over again.
Time runs out on me.
Interesting. Interesting thought. Okay. So let's do this. And do this. And do this. And then this. And then this. And then do that. And then do that. And he can't really do anything here. Like best bet, you kill this or you kill this. But even then, at that, I think I've still won. And if I get anywhere close, these goblin bombs. Yeah, he's playing some strategy here to draw more cards. I don't know. I see the idea there, certainly. That's what I'm doing while I'm playing a warlock, but I don't know if it really works. Meanwhile, we have a game on Steam called Greater, which looks like a platformer shooter game of some sort. Kind of a bullet hell, maybe shooter. Not even sure, but it looks so ugly that I'm not really cool with going any further to investigate it. Yeah, it's a shooter with some things. Some abilities. It's a platformer shooter. Yeah, that's right. They want $1.99 undiscounted. This is an English and German game. And look at that, I got another victory. Alright, let's go back in here.
Gul'dan versus Rexxar.
Let the hunt begin. Your soul shall be mine.
I don't know how many games I have to cover today, actually. May not be as many as I think. Alright, we've got a bunch of Murlocs. Guess we could start with that. How did this guy get back? Oh, he just adapted himself and adapted himself. Interesting move. Interesting move. Next we have a game on Steam called Chocolate Makes You Happy Lunar New Year. The Chocolate Makes You Happy series of games have been flooding Steam. They want 74 cents for it. There's a bundle for $5.27 for 12 different games. Or you can buy every game from this developer that also makes the A-Maze series. These are achievement games. And yeah, this is how hands-off Steam is. You can still flood Steam with games that give you 100 achievements just fine, and they don't care. Like, clearly they have to know what's happening. Alright. If I do this,
like a butterfly.
and then do this, and then end the turn. Let's hope this works.
Warriors of the frozen wastes.
So Stormwind and Lich King. I'm not sure if I've got enough here. So, play this. Charge? Perhaps? Let's see if we can do this. This would be plus 2. this would be charge. And this is +1. So I attack here. And then attack there. And then attack that guy. And then return. Next we have a game on Steam called 7th Sector, which looks kind of like the Limbo game. Like a puzzle, platformer, scary, hidden shadows and dark game. It's already rated positively, so I think it deserves a follow. Yeah. Seems like you're probably playing as something that's microscopic. They want $11.04 discounted. And 25 achievements seems fine for that price. Not sure how long this game is either. But yeah, that deserves a follow at least. Just draw a card first. Do this.
How long? How long can this go on?
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Spacebound, which looks like it's Pac-Man with spaceships. It looks horrible. I don't see any reason why you'd want to play this. Even if this isn't a Pac-Man game, which it is, and if it was like some kind of rogue-like game, it still looks horrible. They want $10 even for that. That is way, way too expensive. Yeah, that one's not making it to the wish list. I think I'm gonna lose here. I don't know, I mean, the problem here is I'm exhausted cards. I've been drawing cards, which has been lowering my life. I have to just keep on doing this. If I can't just turn this around. Moving on, we have a game on Steam, Save Thine Kingdom. This looks like it's basically a Roblox clone. I don't see anything here that really interests me. They want $9.99 for this game. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's not making it to the fall list. Even if there was a really, really good game that looked like that, I think just the fact that it looks that way is going to cause me to be so biased against it that I wouldn't see it. Yep. And I'm about to lose. We have a game on Steam called Super Space Jumpman, which looks like it's a platformer using gravity and spinning planets. It's a slightly different idea on an Infinite Runner platforming game, but clearly it's a mobile port also. They want $1.19 for it discounted. It's in a couple of bundles. That's 24 achievements. See, that's not a game that deserves 24 achievements. It's very black and white and looks just low effort visually. I'd like to see a lot more color for a game like this. But yeah, I don't think I'd want to play that style of game anyways. Alright, well, we got 3 wins. That's better than what we did on my main account where I got exactly 0 wins. So I got 0 wins before. I got 25 dust and a pack. We know we're guaranteed a pack. So I'm probably going to get like 25 dust, maybe 15 gold and a pack. 25 dust, 35 gold. I was 20 gold off and a pack. So for the extra effort there, for the 6 games I played, 3 of which I lost and 3 of which I won, I only got 35 gold, which is, I guess, better, a better return rate than just playing ranked and winning 3 games to get 5 gold. I'm not even sure the game still does that, frankly. It's still a very greedy game. Very hard to work and play and unlock things as a free-to-play experience. I got basically nothing from that pack, and I'm not even sure if I'm missing any cards on the European account. There's probably a legendary I'm missing in the classic account, so I could see maybe unlocking that and being happy about that, but I imagine those 2 packs are just going to get turned into dust, and this account has a lot of extra dust anyways. One thing I realized though, okay, 2 of those cards are new, is since I am sitting on dust and nerfs are coming, I should look at what the cards that are going to be nerfed are and craft them. So apparently I didn't have a second Flash of Light in the classic card, or a second Feral Spirit in the classic deck, or something here, or something here. I don't know. The game is so glitched and says things are new when they aren't. So, like, where are we as far as missing cards that are in the classic deck that are going to be nerfed? Because those is what I should craft. Not sure. There's a lot of epics here, so I couldn't just craft an entire collection. And so when the next expansion comes, I think we're still going to be in a place where we are going to try to open 25 packs of classic. We may not open any regular packs, any of the new expansion packs at all on European or Asian account, because we also have to save our gold for other things. So yeah, some of these are going into the Hall of Fame, or some of the classic cards, maybe none of the ones we're actually looking at, and I can't have quite a complete collection. If I open 25 packs, I still don't think I'd be really close. So yeah, off screen I am gonna have to see which cards are getting nerfed. None of these look quite like they are the ones, so I may already have in the European account all the cards that are going to be nerfed already too. But theoretically that's the right thing to do, is craft them with dust before the nerf and then get rewarded the dust when it goes in the Hall of Fame. And then at that point it's just a consideration of, do I want to disenchant cards in the Hall of Fame, which I probably could do right now, honestly. I haven't actually seen what do I have in the Hall of Fame. I could disenchant this for 100 dust. I could disenchant this for 20 dust. I only have one of those. Interesting. So I guess that is a thought too, is how many of these cards could I just potentially get rid of to try to have enough dust to play the new cards. Like, I could probably just get rid of all of the wild things on the European and Asian account. That's something that would take a lot of thought, though. I'd really have to think about it, but it is possible. It is totally reasonable and possible to just disenchant everything in wild, say I'm only going to play standard, craft a complete standard collection. In the long run, if you try to convert back from a standard only account to a wild account, you'd be paying a lot more dust. But in the short run, it probably would work. And so we just need to play Shaman class cards. And so yeah, let's do that. And continue with the news. So we've got a game on Steam called Nano Driller that looks like it's kind of just a low effort fly around a way too zoomed in camera area. I kind of assume that what happens is the walls spin. No, not really. You're just flying around. Almost feels like a Flappy Bird game with a spaceship. This is $1.49 discounted. It has 11 achievements. I wouldn't call it an achievement game. I'd just call it a boring looking game. Alright. Shaman cards are what we want to play. And we're back to playing regular priced and regular leveled cards, so it'll take a little bit of adjustment there. Let's see. Gamma Switcher has an article. Get a job. Phosphor Studios is hiring a UI artist. That job is in Chicago, Illinois. Let's just end the turn. Let's see. This one. Gematsu has an article. Love R. I guess that's how you pronounce that. Love R. Story event level 1-1. Nanatsu Higadera gameplay. Water gun fights and silly faces. So it's a love simulation game. So kind of a visual novel, I would bet. It's coming out for the PS4 on March 14th in Japan. I'll watch this trailer and see if there's anything more to comment on it. The anime girl there in what is a school swimsuit, as it's described in Japanese. So this is kind of a first love visual novel game. It's my guess, at least. Like, as much as like the Walking Dead games very much were visual novel games too, they just depicted themselves slightly differently. Yeah, you seem to be choosing. Let's do this, I guess. Yeah, this entire trailer is just the girl talking to you, and you talking back. And at the end of the trailer, she started doing some kind of hand gestures. I don't know, twisting her wrists while having slightly clenched fists. I don't know what that's supposed to be. And it seems like there are several different characters in this game, so maybe you're going through different stories trying to make the girls fall in love with you. It seems to be kind of generic as far as the game.
Take shelter.
And let's do that.
The calm before the storm.
And in there. I want to play these guys yet. Let's see. There's, yeah, the game says it has 6 heroines in it. Yeah, it's probably such a generic game that I doubt it would come to the West, and I wouldn't be surprised if Sony found some reason to be upset with it, even as it seems to be kind of nothing. See, the weird thing here is I want to get into a rant, and I'm going to try to avoid actually doing it, but a game like that, I could see people having problems with because it's around just the subject of young love, puppy love, falling in love, and romance. Meanwhile, those same type of people that are upset about that probably often are found to let their kids play things like GTA and highly violent, mature rated games that kids shouldn't be playing and have been labeled that kids shouldn't be playing. But they don't care about violence, they only care about anything that implies love, that might imply at some point sex. That's just like this ridiculous, undiscussable, untouchable subject that constantly people are pushing a puritanical view on.
Don't mess with me!
Moving on though, we have a game on Steam called Land of the Void, which seems almost like a Diablo style of game, but I don't think it is. I think it's more of like a chess positioning game venture with some RPG elements. I'm not sure if this even supports English. No, it doesn't. It has an English title, it certainly looks English, but it's early access at $6.29 discounted, and it's a Chinese game. So this is the kind of Chinese game that, if it was translated, looks a lot better than a lot of other Chinese games, but only if it's translated, and it still does kind of feel like it's all over the place. When you see this screenshot and you see all these items, you think, okay, this is an RPG game. But then when you see this screen and its positioning, you're like, okay, this is some kind of tactical RPG. But then you see this screen, is this walking around the overworld, or is that doing something different? And then what is this screen? Is that walking over the overworld? Okay.
There's little time.
Let's hurry up.
Don't mess with me!
Take shelter!
End of turn. I want to continue to play Shaman cards if I can. Let's see. He's taking sweet time to play. Come on. Come on. Alright. Over here we have an article from Gamatsu. Killer Queen Black is coming to Xbox One, joining the previously announced Switch and PC version. It's an 8-bit platformer. I think you can fly in this game. Let's see. Q4 2019 is the release date. I don't think I was interested in looking at the game last time I saw this. For the screenshots, yeah. It does look like it's a kind of joust, platforming, flying game. But it's almost like a one-screen fighting each other game. More like Joust than a side-scrolling experience. I don't know if there's a way to spin this per se, but in Steam's continued hands-off of games that they released. The next game we have on Steam is tagged with nudity and sexual content, and it's called Continuous Girl. And we'll just do a quick family-friendly peek. So you have a lot of bra and underwear's match 2 happening with an anime girl in the background. And the anime girls, they look fine. For a second there, I thought you were actually selecting the different color of outfits that the girls were wearing, but that's not really what's happening here. Continuous Girl is $1.39 discounted. It's English and Chinese. It's not worth it, though. There's probably about 15 images here that you're getting for nothing. It's English and Chinese game, and this is what I would call a low effort game. Like, all it is just match 2 with pictures behind it. But I do want to point out, Steam didn't censor or stop that at all. They let the company sell it, and for the people that want to buy it, it's there. So that didn't come up to a point of straight up trolling, which honestly that game is not a straight up trolling game. That is a game that is very honest about what you're going to get, asking for a reasonable price. I think I'm having internet trouble today, and they're somewhat delivering on what they're claiming they're going to deliver on. It's not particularly a good game, but it's not to the level of what I describe as extremely low effort either. Moving on, we have a Gematsu article. The Alliance Alive HD Remastered has been announced for PS4, Switch, and PC, due out this fall in Japan. I'm not sure what Alliance Alive is. It first launched on the 3DS for Japan in January 2017, followed by the West in March 2018. I guess it was a 3DS game. There's a big gap in 3DS games because I never owned a 3DS. Like, I stopped after, I think, a Game Boy Advance. So any game that has come out for a mobile platform, or a Nintendo mobile platform since the Game Boy Advance, I have no idea. But apparently it was popular enough to get some PC releases. I don't know. I kind of like this art style just because it's a little bit different. Like, this doesn't look as samey as so many other games. So if the game kind of looks like this, I don't know how that would actually play, but it's something. And if it's getting an HD remaster, it can't be that bad. And see, I may just have to hard crash out of this connection because I don't think there's another way. Gamasutra has the same article. We already talked about this. There's confusion around an unofficial adaptation of 1 Hour, 1 Life, says developer. Basically, the developer put out his software with no license whatsoever, it seems, and says it's in public domain, and now he's upset because it's being used by people even though he said he put it out in public domain. So he didn't know what he was doing, basically, and now he's complaining about it. So I mean, you really can't blame anybody but yourself there. You should have potentially, if you're making games and you're trying to sell it, you should have talked with other people, talked with a lawyer, understood what public domain means, understood the difference between a Creative Commons license and public domain, or a different types of license or copyright claim. This is stuff that very possibly they need to teach to all programmers and all college levels, and possibly even all programmers and all kids in general in high school. Maybe there should be a just business law class that everybody is required to take, to understand the basics of what the laws are. It wouldn't be terrible if there was a business and criminal law class everybody had to take so they knew what the laws were. Let's see. Moving on, we have the Nintendo mobile game, I guess. Fire Emblem Heroes adds Beyond Darkness heroes Lu, Su, Thay, and Idun. Which, okay. This is the smartphone game. We've got some more Nintendo smartphone game announcement stories at some point. Well, let's see. What can we do? Can't really do that. So all we can really do is quit. And then launch back into the European account. And hope this works. Otherwise, this is going to be a boring stream. I could probably wrap up pretty quickly if I just stopped looking at games and left them for Friday, but there's no reason to go long on Friday. That's like the worst day to go long on. Alright, try this again. Next we have a game on Steam called Real Fishing VR. I could see this, yeah, fishing, and this feels like there's a lot of polish here on a fishing experience in VR. I've seen a lot of fishing games on Steam that have been pretty bad, and a few that look really good and then play really badly. The problem with this, even though it looks great, is it's in VR. It requires VR. But if you do have VR, $7.79 seems like a decent price, discounted. Says it's Japanese, Chinese, so it's possibly a Chinese game, but it might be good. If you had VR, I'd say put this on the follow list. Is there a reason for me to do this? No, because frankly, if I am going to play a fishing game, I'm going to try and play one that doesn't support just VR. I suppose it's kind of ridiculous. I've never thought about this. I should probably just get rid of all the VR games because there's a lack of relevancy there. Like, if I'm covering a VR game, I'm telling maybe one or two of my fans who have VR that this game is worth watching, worth playing. Whereas if I'm playing a PC game, I'm telling all of my fans. So it's such a limited audience. I really should just give up on VR in general, as this is not something that I should play. This is not the style of game I should try and cover. Gematsu has the Famitsu review scores, issue 1579. The scores are in. Anthem is a 32 out of 40. This is 4 scores, giving a score between, I believe, 0 and 9 or 10, maybe. I guess it's got to be 0 out of 10. Famitsu being kind of well known for not giving perfect scores with their system. So Anthem is 32 out of 40, Ape Out for the Switch is 32 out of 40, Blade Arcus Rebellion from Shining for the PS4 and Switch was given a 28 out of 40, Destiny Connect for the PS4 and Switch was given a 29 out of 40, Kinka Bancho Otome Second Rumble for the PS Vita is given a 31 out of 40. And Pilot Sports for the Switch was given a 26 out of 40. And Rotating Brave for the Switch was given a 27 out of 40. Almost half of those games, if not more, are not games that even came out to the West or are likely to come out to the West. So, so that's a weird position to bother to even cover that. So I'll have to think about whether it's worth the effort to cover Famitsu review scores going forward. Tech Raptor has an article. Nintendo Switch Online March games are Kid Icarus and Star Tropics. So, yeah. I never played Kid Icarus. I probably should go back and play it at some point. I definitely played Star Tropics. My question about Star Tropics is it must be modded in some way, because there's a code that came on a piece of paper in the manual that you had to soak the paper in water, and the game tells you to do it
What to do?
at a certain point to get that code. So I don't know how they're going to deal with that. In all fairness, I would also say that Star Tropics is probably not a game worth playing. I don't know if Kid Icarus is really worth playing either. Honestly, for the NES collection, there's probably about 400 NES games that came out of mention, and I would say maybe 15 worth playing once. The Japanese version, I think, is getting Fire Emblem, Shadow Dragon, and Blade of Light, and Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light is the first game, and the other is Yi Er Kung Fu and Kid Icarus. So the question is about Star Tropics. And they did not ask the important question, Tech Raptor, I would say. They failed to ask, what about the code? Because that's going to kind of suck if you have to go look up the code online. Anyways, moving on, we have a game on Steam called Game Studio Simulator that's got major black bars on the side, so clearly it's a mobile game. Looks like a cheap Chinese simulator game of no real interest. $1.79 discounted. English and Chinese. Yep, that's not making it to the list. Remember, right now we're just really trying to play the shaman colors. Next we have a game on Steam called Fold, which looks like it's a kind of 3D puzzle game. I really hate this background. Like, this background looks so objectionably bad that I really can't see myself being willing to play it. And it's the same background throughout the whole thing. There might be a decent, like, single screen Unity puzzle game here, but they want $2.54 discounted, and that's just so ugly. This greenish background, yeah, that's not gonna cut it. Okay, what do we want to do? We could do this. We could do this. We could end the turn. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Tamashi, which looks like a horror game. This looks like there's a little bit of detail in the background, but then you've got some tile sets here, so I'm 50-50 on this. I don't know. I don't know if this is something or I want to play or not. It's $4.24 discounted. English and Portuguese, Brazil. I think this deserves a follow. Like, it looks like it's probably a Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac style platformer shooter game. I might be willing to give it a try, or it might just be just a little too hard for me. Certainly any of those Super Meat Boy style games, they do run into that risk of just not being something I feel like I can play, or not being something I can play. But I'll put it on the follow list. Gamma Sutra has this article, Steam's popular upcoming list may actually be hurting developers. We already talked about this before. The issue was brought up by No More Robots Micros, a former Gamma Sutra editor. So, of course, they're promoting their friends' complaints, who explained how the feature could potentially be manipulated, intentionally or not, by developers to create an unfair advantage. We've known that we've known this, we've seen it happen. It's just a thing Steam needs to work on and Valve needs to work on, and they haven't done it. So, I mean, what can you really say? They'll get to it eventually, or they'll never get it. The quote here is, quote, here's the thing you can set, quote, any date for your game's release in the Steam backend and it means nothing. You can set a date, let it go by, then you can set another date, let it go by again. Setting this date has no meaning except for appearing in the upcoming list. Developers can manipulate the system so their game shows up over and over in the upcoming list, leaving titles which are actually coming out to soon be pushed back from the list on the front page. Steel Division 2 is listed as an example. Of course, inherently, a lot of this just comes from developers wanting Steam to promote their games or give their games in particular special promotion, when that's not really what Steam does. Like, the thing here is, if your game is good, it should be highlighted to the people who are most likely to want to play your game on the front page. If your game is garbage, then people that don't want to play those kind of games should not see it at all. And Steam has made some changes there. They have certainly pushed what was the upcoming list into the popular. Instead, they've made a popular upcoming games list, and that's what they're focused on. So they have put work into this, but more could be done. It is a simple fix in any database to say this date that you're putting in for your game release has to be at least set in the future, and a email or counter needs to be ticked every time somebody changes their address, and it would be super their date. It would be super easy to like add just a check mark that says, has this date been changed? If the date has been changed, then don't put it on the popular upcoming list. That would be the easiest thing. It really would only take a programmer maybe a day to program that. So yeah, Steam could do it if anybody in Valve could be told to do any task without it being Gabe Newell's direct orders. Inherently, and this is a sad thing to say, it might be better if Valve was bought out by Microsoft or some other company. It really might be. I don't know if Gabe Newell would ever allow that, but you know, Gabe Newell gets hit by a truck tomorrow, it probably could happen. Microsoft is the opposite problem of Valve, because Microsoft doesn't get anything done because there's too much management control. And Gabe Newell worked at Microsoft, and now he made a company that went the exact opposite direction. But there needs to be found a middle ground. There needs to be some corporate structure. There needs to be goals and plans and a general direction in which people are given tasks to do and expected to do it. And it doesn't seem like that really exists. Moving on, Gematsu has an article. Rumor a discless Xbox One is due out in May. Allegedly, it's going to be called the Xbox One S All Digital Edition, which would be XOS ADE, which does not spell anything, or XBOS ADE. So, like, not much of a name there. The all digital edition idea makes sense, but then why are you calling it an Xbox One S? Why not instead just call it an Xbox all digital edition and brand it as its completely separate release? Not in the Xbox One family at all, even if it is just an Xbox One S. There's a slight concern here if this really gets announced. Like, I think the timing is wrong for Microsoft to do this. I think they should have waited till E3 to announce any new consoles, and maybe that's exactly what they're doing, and this rumor has just gotten out early. But if Microsoft really does try to push the all digital, always online DRM concept that they wanted the Xbox One to be when it was first being announced, if they're trying to sneak that in again, this is going to be like a blatant attempt at that, and it's probably not going to work unless this all digital edition sells for $50. $50 plus you have to have a Xbox or online Xbox Live account or Games Pass tied to it also. So you have to have Xbox Live and Games Pass. So then maybe that bumps it up to $110. So yeah, $110 comes with a year of Games Pass, comes with a year of Xbox Live. Maybe then it sells as a cheaper second unit option for people, or for an audience that hasn't bought a console or thought about buying a console. But I don't see it selling gangbusters. I think it's going to really be minimal amount of sales, probably just to get rid of Xbox One S's more than anything, just to get rid of the inventory before the Xbox 2 or whatever that is comes out. GameIndustry.biz has the same article. Developers are manipulating Steam's popular upcoming list, which I don't think that's accurate. I think GameIndustry.biz is actually wrong here. I think they are manipulating the upcoming games list, not the popular upcoming games list. There's kind of a big difference there. If there is a way to manipulate the popular upcoming games list in the same way, that's slightly a bigger problem, but not by much. The subtitle on this is Valve says it's working on the problem, but wary of making promises, which is, you know what, always a good idea. Be wary of making promises that you very possibly can't deliver on. See, TechRaptor has an article here. Robo Instructus is a puzzle game with a realistic programming and a cool robot. This is probably one of these hype early games. Yeah, full game launches in summer. So we'll come back in summer and see if Robo Instructus is anything different than several other programming games that look very much like that. Alright, let's hit this. Hit this. Next we have a troll game or low effort game called Border Control, which says it's coming out March 6th. Well, it's out, I guess. $17.99. This is an argument certainly against the way Steam Direct works. Steam Direct needs to be rethought. The fact that somebody got this through, this is a straight up troll game. This clearly is a straight up troll game, and yet it got through. So somebody needs to look at every game before it gets approved in any of the public repositories that depict or indicate a game might at some point in the future be listed on the Steam store. And definitely it shouldn't be a point where you can just pay $100 and put a troll game up and make it all the way. And I imagine a lot of these developers put these games up the day of, and that's the problem. There should be a mandatory wait period, a mandatory checking period. I suppose YouTube might make the same argument, and I certainly wouldn't be happy about that, but if YouTube says you have a waiting period of a certain amount of days in which we have to look at every single one of your bits of footage before it can be monetized, that would be very painful. But YouTube does kind of have a waiting period before your channel can be monetized in the first place. A very, very long waiting period of basically forever, because you have to get 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers. That's basically forever for a small time new YouTuber. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Luxor Solitaire. I think I'm done playing solitaire games. This just looks like Pyramid Solitaire, frankly. Yeah, I don't see any reason why I'd need to cover or play this game. It's $4.24 discounted, English, French, and German. Looks like it's a fine game, but it's too expensive too.
I wonder.
Let's see. Elemental. Play this. And that.
Job's done.
And in return, let's see. Next, Gamatsu has an article. Music-driven, hand-drawn shoot-'em-up Freedom Finger announced for the PS4, Xbox One, and PC. This looks slightly interesting, but it's coming out in 2019, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this one. I probably need to watch the trailer. And see, I need to decide whether I want to go for a third recording. I guess we have to. We still have not done any of the Asian accounts. So yeah, this game Freedom Finger has a Steam page. But I kind of want to wait until it comes out, so yeah. I'll get back to talking about that when it actually happens.
The calm before the storm.
Let's see. Gamatsu has an article, Days Gone pre-launch previews, gameplay, and screenshots. I'm not sure if Days Gone is really going to be a game anybody's really interested in, but they've got some more trailers out, at least for the Japanese audience.
I wonder.
Trying to hype up the game for PS4. Apparently it's... I don't even know if Days Gone is coming to any other consoles or PC, come to think of it. Overlord, not the Overlord I was thinking about, is now available for Xbox One. Interesting. I thought they were talking about the old Codemasters game, Overlord, but apparently this is a 6 Degrees of Freedom shooter. I don't know what this is going to do, so I'm going to just play it. 3 damage to all enemy minions. 6 damage to enemy heroes. Restore 12 health. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this. There we go. Yeah, interesting that there's another game called... Oh, this game is actually called Overload, not Overlord. I misread it. Alright. Here's some, what I would imagine is probably not true news. I hate to use the phrase fake news, but GameIndustry.biz has an article, The Influencer is Dead, Long Live the Influencer. Latest analysis shows the top 10 influencers account for 80% of the yearly view growth, but a spot in the list is not secure year on year. I think another part of this analyst was that of the 23 most popular games played, like all but 21 of them were Battle Royale games, and there was also, I think, a factor there of a lot of them were Fortnite in particular. So I can't kill that. So what do we want to do? That one? That one? That one, and that one, and the turn. As a quote, yeah, Twitch, however, is still yet to be totally utilized by publishers, developers, or consumers. That's kind of an understatement. I will leave it to your own personal opinion if you think that the biggest of the streamers, I have heard Ninja has lost a lot of his followers from his peak and such, but the idea that influencers are just magically no longer influencers is ridiculous. It would be better to sell people on the idea that influencers were never influencers in the first place, because I think a lot of that is probably true. But also, this is a games journal site basically just slandering their competition, because people know, or the games journal sites know, that very few people are actually going to read articles about games these days, and they'd rather just see a streamer play it and get an idea of what the game is. Alright. Gamma Sutra has this article, and we talked about this earlier, and I said we were going to talk about it more, and then I didn't run into any more articles talking about it. But they have Valve bans sexual violence game from Steam, but stops short of condemning it. Valve has put the kibosh on the Steam launch of an adult game that censors around committing violence and sexual assault to women amid a zombie apocalypse, saying that after, quote, significant fact-finding and discussion, the game was ruled to be a bad fit for the platform due to the fact that it possessed unknown costs and risks. So this was a 3D visual novel calling itself Rape Day, which, I mean, the thing here is this should have been banned a lot quicker, and it should have never been caught in a news story. It really is a non-story because people in the know, and every single one of these journalists should know, that Valve has consistently been way too hands-off about making store pages. And that's really all this is this is just somebody made a store page. But I don't think they are going for their illegal or straight up trolling quote anymore. I think they're trying to be more adult and mature about it, and that's why the phrase possesses unknown cost and risks appears. And frankly, you could probably make a good game if you were making a good game that had these elements in it, but they wouldn't be the selling points of your game. It really wouldn't be. Because, yeah, that's just not how things work. And so Valve is a curator. They're doing their best, it seems like, these days to be hands-off and be mostly free speech, and that's why they get attacked a lot by journalists, video game journalists in particular. But I think they're kind of doing good. After basically 6 months straight of complaining about Valve being silent and censoring Japanese visual novels, they got on the right path. And the one thing I don't want to see here is a backslide into just not allowing legitimate games on their platform because of the actions of a troll. GameIndustry.biz has the same article. Valve removes Rape Fantasy game from Steam. These are all going to be the same articles. Your best bet is just to go to the Steam update developer page. I saw it on the Steam RSS feed for their store, and read it directly, their response from that. Let's see, is there anything else that needs to be talked about? No, I don't think so. So we're about 24 minutes over on this recording. I'm gonna take a small break, and then we'll start another recording from the Asian account. Anyways, as always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, March 6th. Yes, March 6th is the day. We're on the Asian account and we have a watch and learn, so we have a pack to open already. Let's re-roll this while we can. Alright, 50 spells, Paladin, Warlock class cards. It's pretty easy to do at least 2 of these. And then we just kind of need to wrap up the news for the day. In fact, the thing that's going to be the most difficult thing here is just doing the Tavern Brawl. I got 3 wins, on the European account, and that really didn't work for me. So I'm going to see what happens if we do the Whiz-Bang here, if we even have that card. Is that not how it has? Is that not how it's spelled? Legendary. See, I don't see how I could not have Whiz-Bang, though, because wasn't everybody given Whiz-Bang? I don't have him. Maybe I disenchanted him for dust or something. Alright. Well, then the next thing to do is just to get a bunch of summons. Like, anything that summons anything is fine, because everything is just gonna be it's just gonna be a 1/1 anyways. So minions costing 2 less on this don't really matter, but I guess we could do that. But not less than 1, so yeah, that's pointless. Summon a copy of this minion. Okay. Summon 3 1/1 copies, that'll work good. Murlocs and jugglers and this and let's see. The other thing could be robots, certainly. You could go with that as an idea. Charge that. But yeah, a lot of this is just straight up play a Murloc deck. That works for almost all the cards, and then we'll just go back to summons. Just anything that summons anything. Take 2 of those. Not take that one. Take 2 of those. Yeah. Take 2 of those. And this is about as far as I can go or care to go with any of this. Take that. Like, I really don't want to think about this Tavern Brawl any more than that. I played 6 games, got 3 wins and 3 losses, and that really only gave me about 35. Yeah, I think exactly 35 more gold than what I got for losing 3 times immediately, which was half the effort.
Your soul shall be mine.
So the only thing I guess I kinda didn't do here is I didn't choose to play any Warlock cards, so we may have to play some Warlock games after this. And we've got a small amount of news, so this probably, like, the timer is going, yeah. Timer says there's an hour and 17 minutes because I took a break, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. So in about an hour, basically, we'll be done, I'm sure. Game Sutra has an article. Devil May Cry 5 Deluxe Edition will let players experience the game like a low-budget movie. What they mean by this is apparently they did some stand-in videos that you would do so the animator had something to look at to understand what angles, what actions, and what they want animated in the cutscenes for Devil May Cry 5. And instead of just inherently discarding those stand-in videos, they decided to include them as a kind of deluxe edition exclusive. This really is more of a case of a Japanese company kind of giving you garbage. They call them pre-visualization live-action cutscenes, but yeah, they're trying to push their what is effectively garbage content that nobody really wants to see, as if it is a big selling piece. Let's see. And yeah, it might be funny for a second or two to see the pre-visualization videos, but in the long run it really isn't worth buying the deluxe edition. There's a similar instance, I think, to this to also understand that like I've been watching the Resident Evil 2 speedrun and a Resident Evil 2 casual run. Just coincidentally, I watched the casual run, then I said, hey, there's a speedrun, let's see what the difference was for the second game with Claire. And the speedrun started with the classic skins, the low polygon skins of Claire, and after about an hour he said, I'm just tired of looking at this as a speedrunner, which seems weird because it was like the audience's or the chat's choice, so people had donated for I think the skin, and for the player to unilaterally just come in and change it seemed odd and inappropriate, but nobody called them on it or said anything. But he's not wrong, frankly, either. It is only funny for a few seconds to see the old ugly skins of a character or the wrong version of something. A good example would be, like, there's 5 different cuts of Blade Runner. The latest cut is almost universally agreed upon as the right cut to watch. It's only a matter of slight historical interest that you would want to watch the other 4 cuts. Most people are perfectly fine never seeing those other 4 cuts. The game, no, not the game, the movie Legend has 2 cuts, and one cut is a lot better than the other cut. There's really no reason to see that. Star Wars has far too many cuts, but the original cuts, maybe with some of the special editions added or replaced without changing lines or adding scenes, that's pretty much the edition you would want to see. Oh, you can see this guy played a pretty good strategy there to do a massive amount of damage. Yeah, the original theatrical release, though, is probably the right release. If they had just remastered the theatrical release without changing anything, people would say by far that is the best version of the Star Wars movies. But they did change something, George Lucas did. I was thinking, it's kind of surprising nobody has hired George Lucas's wife to make a movie or a video game or something. It seems like that's something you could do pretty easily. It's just like, hey, we know you were part of the team there, even if you didn't get credit. Let's have you do something. It'd be really interesting to see if she came out with some kind of story that was way better even if it wasn't like a fantasy Star Wars-esque universe in the first place, if it was something completely different, that would be fine. Moving on, Gamasutra has a article. Cartridge, that's Kartridg, is the latest PC storefront using exclusive games to entice players. Cartridge is Kongregate's digital video game storefront. So they say they'll be hitting the platform as time. There are 4 games that will be hitting the platform as exclusive, timed exclusives. So this is the 3rd of notable storefronts to do this, with Epic Game Store being the most notable, and the Discord Marketplace also doing it, but people kind of forgetting that Discord is doing it because all the games that are coming out were not anything that was announced or known about. The 4 games that are coming out are Anodyne 2, Return to Dust, which I think is actually kind of highly anticipated, so people are probably going to be peeved about that one. Let's see.
Darkness rises.
And what do I want to do? Kill that. Kill that. Do that.
Attack mode!
That. And that. Why did I do that? That was terrible.
Job's done.
That was a terrible move. So here's Anodyne on Steam. It is rated very positively. Oh yeah, I heard them talking about this on Giant Bomb, and it's basically a almost directly stolen concepts from Legend of Zelda, which is something I've been looking for a long time, is just give me a straight up Zelda clone game on PC, since we're not going to have that. It's like the Game Boy Zelda in color. Little square. This should be on my follow list. It's $9.99. And then this other game, Even the Ocean, I've seen somebody else speedrunning that. Half Coordinated has been speedrunning this game. And this is also rated very positively. But Anodyne 2 is going to be a timed exclusive, so then that becomes a problem. Draw cards in the turn. So that's a rare instance where a article leads me to wishlisting or following 2 games. The other games are Hell is Other Demons. I think I've heard of that, and I thought that was on Steam. So this does feel like this is a case of games once again being directly removed from storefronts they were already listed to. The next game is Sword and Souls Never Seen, and then there's a game sequel that has no title to Wonder Putt, which I guess is a putt-putt game. Now, even worse than the Epic Store or the Discord Store. I think the Congregate Store having exclusives is way worse. That's just more irritants. Like, it feels like maybe over the course of a few years you might have to give in and buy something on the Epic Store. You might have to give in and buy something on the Discord Store. I would never expect that you would have to buy anything on the Congregate Store. Steam is gonna have to do something, though. They're definitely gonna have to do some concept or some time exclusives themselves just to stay to counter this. And I imagine there's a chance that they won't do anything. Instead, Steam will just sit on its pile of money until its pile of money dries up. They've been extremely complacent as a storefront, and Valve as a game developer has definitely been extremely complacent. And they've let the grass grow under their feet, which has caused them to now be in the position that they are in. Let's do this. And so we need this. And we need this. And we need this. And there we go. Victory. Moving on to the next story. Gamer Sutra has a story. Report: Nintendo is telling mobile development partners to stop players overspending. Nintendo doesn't want to see players spending too much on its growing roster of smartphone games, and has even asked its developing partners to adjust games to stop people from splashing inordinate amounts of cash. This is according to a report by the Wall Street Journal. I think that is a smart move on Nintendo's part. Like, Nintendo being very focused on its branding, even as it has been very open to allow adult games on the Switch more than anything else. They still don't want to get a bad reputation for potentially ripping off kids playing their smartphone games or games that they've licensed or partnered to make. And, you know, Super Mario Run and the other games have not been incredibly crazy with their price tags. Alright. That's gonna give this guy a weapon that's gonna kind of suck.
Put this apple on your head.
So yeah, that's a bit of good news in a world where we rarely get good news from the video game world. Until Nintendo changes its mind. There's plenty of other games out there still that are more than happy to rip off kids or adults with microtransactions and cell phone shenanigans. There we go. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article: Battle in Real-World Cities in Neverdark from newcomers Simteract. This is what Neverdark looks like. I like this art style, although this feels kind of like an oil painting, and I don't know if you can make a full motion game that looks like that. Let's see, it does have a Steam page, so Let's see if the Steam page has a release date. Nope, it's coming soon. So that's mostly just a hype article. Think I'm probably gonna lose here. Can't really do much. Hit that. And that's kind of all I can do. Yeah, so here's what Neverdark looks like on Steam. Looks like it's kind of more of a strategy game than I would have thought it would have been. It feels like it might be pulling city data from something like Google Maps. Well, I'll wait till this comes out officially for real, and then we'll see. See what the reviews say. Put it on the follow list. Kind of feels like it's not my type of game.
Reporting for duty.
Probably could sit back and relax a little bit, not cover all the news so much, but honestly, might as well finish early instead of finish late. So I need to do this first, so I can do this, so then I can do something like this.
Job's done.
Maybe. Next we have a game on Steam called Vignettes, which seems like it's some kind of puzzle game that is a collection of vignettes. It's kind of crazy, but in a consistent art style, so it doesn't feel like it's just pre-bought assets as a game. It's $7.19 discounted. Yeah, I'm willing to put this one on the fall list and see what people have to say about it. But like, this could be a nothing game, or it could be something really cool. I don't know if the objects really do change from the perspectives you'll see, or if there's something more to the puzzle game than that. Yeah, I need some more assistance. Next we have the game Gungrave VR, based off the anime, I believe, Gungrave. So it sounds like it's a stand in one place and shoot games. At least it's got possibly a fan base, although I'm not sure that there really is much of a fan base of Gungrave. Gungrave, if I'm recalling correctly, is like an 80s anime that wasn't even that popular back then. This requires VR, and it's $21.24 discounted, so it's asking quite a lot, but it does actually have a decent amount of polish compared to a standard VR game where you would not bother to even do as much as what I'm seeing right now. So slightly interesting, but since it's VR, I think I'm just gonna leave it off the follow list.
Reporting for duty.
And okay, how do we want to do this? Can I do all three now? No. So let's do this to start off with. At the exact same time, we have the game Gungrave VR U.N. So, seems like what they've done is they've broken up two different games, or they've broken up one game to sell as two different games. And it's kind of the same thing, stand in one place, shoot. Actually, you're kind of walking around with a controller. I'm not sure how well this actually would play in VR. Like, this one is $8.49 discounted, and they want you to buy the whole bundle to pay $25.27 for what I don't think is a very long long game. I would dare to suggest it's probably not 10 hours, even between the two games. There we go. And again, because it's VR, I don't see a reason to put it on the follow list. There is also a point to be made here that this is hardly, unless there is a new Gungrave anime airing in Japan right now that I'm not aware of, like, this is hardly a relevant game. Compare that to, say, at least the Sword Art Online games are only a few years old. Gungrave feels, I think, like they are way older. Like mid-90s would be my guess. This guy converted all his health into armor. Interesting move. TechRaptor has an article, drowning review, insulting. Some of these subtitles that TechRaptors put make it feel like they hate the game, and then you go and look at the review and then they still say it's good. This looks like this is probably a low polygon asset flip game from what I can get. They gave it a 2.0 terrible. Summary: drowning story starts boring if relatable and ends up on a note that left me baffled. I don't know what the intent was, but it isn't going anywhere good. Pros: the story feels relatable for a bit. Cons: it's a super slow walking speed, very linear, boring, and then endings are terrible. We should frankly see more reviews for games like this. Like, there should be more bad games getting reviewed by video game reviewers in general. Like, too many people all take it upon themselves to play the games that we already know are going to be at worst mediocre, and nobody's willing to give even a chance to something that might be good, for the risk of playing something that isn't good. And I'm not particularly too different. Like, there's very few games in my Steam account that I just gambled on. Most of the games I picked, I either had direct knowledge were good, or I followed the reviews to see that, oh yes, it's reviewed highly, so it must be good. Let's see. I wonder if there's anything I really even need to do here. I'm just gonna build up my hand. Just draw cards, build up my hand, and be ready to win. TechRaptor has the same article. Congregate secures PC exclusives with premiering on cartridge program. Is the name of it. I guess they have a bit of a video here I can watch. It's 54 seconds. Okay. Let's do this. 3, 4, 5. This and that. And that. And that. And that. Come on, hit this guy once. I'll hit that guy. Give me another card. In the turn. Yeah, Wonderput looks kind of interesting. I stopped paying attention before the video even started showing me anything. Alright. Let's see. So Anodyne 2 Return to Dust looks like a Ocarina of Time clone more than a 3D game. Hell's Other Demons looks like a platformer, bullet hell, fast-paced game. Come on. one of the games looks like it's an RPG. Let's go ahead and hit this. Do this. And then win. Wonder Putt does look like it's a putt-putt game of some sort. Well, we've gotten one daily quest done, and need to cast some more spells. Alright, so yeah, I saw the video. It gave me a little bit more of a hype for Anodyne 2. Unfortunately, now that hype is immediately smashed into the ground because it's an exclusive on Congregate for some amount of time. Which, honestly, that's not too bad, though, because I can kind of forget that it exists and move on for some other action, like move on to so many other games there are out there to play. Alright. So I want to do this, I want to do this, and I want to do this. And hit that. We've got a game on Steam called Baseline Sinker. Where's my cursor? Here it is. It's a bullet hell shooter set in the ocean, which is a slightly different idea, but it's not visually appealing. It almost looks like it's doing a paper cutout on top of paper art style on it, which I guess that's what they're going for. That still doesn't really defeat the fact that it's a bullet hell shooter, though. $2.69 discounted tells me it's probably pretty short too. So yeah, not the type of game for me. Alright. I managed to kill my minion. So let's do this again. Hit this and this. See if we can find a family-friendly picture to show for this game. I don't think there is one on this one. Here we have a puzzle game on Steam called Ecchi Girls. That's spelled E-C-C-H-I. It's small puzzles, like 12 pieces, and then Anime Girls as the background. And this time, they're pushing the limits of what I think Steam should probably allow for their screenshots, particularly. Like, the content of the game is one thing, but there probably should be a little bit more censorship in the storefront itself. This game is 79 cents discounted. It's definitely not, again, not something you should buy. You're probably only going to see 15 pictures at most, would be my guess. And yeah, there's easier and freer ways to get images like this if you know where to look. Particularly if you're just looking for anime girls. There are forums out there. There are places you can go to get probably these exact same images for free. And Pornhub still exists, and it's still free if you're looking for just real girls or something different. And actually, Pornhub does have some selections of people playing adult games on there as videos, as Let's Plays. Moving on, Gematsu has an article. Super Real Mahjong PV for Switch launches March 14th in Japan. This is like a re-release of a really old Mahjong game, I think. And I think we've already kind of talked about this. So don't know if there was more of a story here than that. Like, clearly this is an old, like, 80s anime style that I kind of wish it would come back. Like, the moe style that's being used now is been played out for long enough, in my opinion. Let's see. It's legendaries. Do these things do anything? Not really. GameIndustry.biz has an article. Bright Locker dissolved as devs claim unpaid debts. A holding company takes over the community building platform as developers say they haven't been paid money owed. I have no idea what Bright Locker is, but apparently it was somewhat big. It was a community platform. Community building platform apparently will live on, operated by a holding company with which Cortez has no involvement. Yeah, this was a weird one because it kind of felt like a company was going bankrupt, yet keeping its general ideas as a company going, and so they were basically screwing over developers and potentially investors in the first company, which certainly that kind of shenanigans has happened in business, where you've made a shell company designed to, or a limited liable corporation to protect yourself from having to pay back debts that a normal person would say you probably should be forced to pay back. Let's see, when asked for details like the holding company's name, ownership, and its plan for Bright Locker going forward, the representative said, quote, "I will work to get as much information as possible shortly. For now, the core statement is that the new owners of the asset are very much interested in finding a way to move forward with the concept of the Bright Locker Incorporated created, and hope to have more public information on that soon." That was 5 days ago. So the way this is reported,
Sting like a bee.
like the way this is reported makes Bright Locker sound like they're doing
The mighty Millhouse Metastorm.
like it seems like shenanigans are happening to me. The bottom part of this article says Bright Locker was conceived as a crowd publishing platform to make games out of user submitted ideas, but launched as a community building platform to bridge the gap between Kickstarter games and early access launches. So it feels kind of like Fig in a lot of ways. Although Fig has managed to avoid any major controversy so far. So I guess that's good on them, I suppose. Still, yeah, from my perspective, I've never heard of Bright Locker, so it seems like this is almost a non-story. Let's see. Moving on, we have a game on Steam, Extreme Racing Highway. It looks like a Infinite Racer game. Where you're just gonna always drive. The animation's not terrible here.
This guy's
but it is like an infinite racing game, so I don't know if that's something I'd really want to play. They want $1.89 with a 5% discount. I'm probably a little exhausted, and that's why I'm going to be generous on this game and put it on the follow list. There is a slight chance that this might be a decent game for that price. Like, might be worth 5 minutes of entertainment. Which I guess I'm not highly valuing. I'm putting a lot of. If I'm saying 5 minutes is worth $2, that's way too much actually. But whatever. I'll have to evaluate how much my time is worth on a later time. Hey, we've got somebody on the chat. Roberto says, expansion tomorrow? Question mark? Good question. I have no idea. If there is an expansion tomorrow, I'm the first. That's the first I've heard about it. I didn't think it was tomorrow. Let me do a little research here. So this time I got 40 gold in a pack. Let's see. Hearthstone expansion. Let's see, date 2019. One day ago. See, I need to play some paladin cards or spell cards, so let's hop in here. Let's open the cards packs. I'm not seeing anything that seems to include any thought that the expansion is coming out tomorrow. If it does happen, I'll check tomorrow, and I'll be streaming, I guess, all day for that. But that was certainly not my intention or my understanding. So thanks for the tip, Roberto. But I don't know. Is Thursday normally the days that they do expansions? I thought it was Tuesdays. I would believe more that it was Tuesday, but Hearthstone has always been really, really crappy about not telling you when expansions happen and just expecting you to either follow them or log in on a daily basis to find out that there's an expansion. It's really the easiest thing in the world to just say a date, and the past couple of times there's been an expansion, they have set a date at least a week before. They don't set it a lot of time before. When the expansion comes, I have enough gold to open 25 packs and of either classic cards or new expansions, depending on which account I'm on. But then I also have to need to save about 2,500 gold to open the single player expansion that is going to come out, I think, 3 weeks after, or maybe just 2 weeks after. I think it's 3 weeks actually, after the card packs expansions happen. So in this next expansion, you definitely need to save back about 2,500 gold, which sucks because ideally, as a streamer, the thing I would like to do and people love to see is to see me do card pack opening videos that involve opening a lot of packs. I don't know particularly why people like to see the card pack videos, but people seem to like to watch them. And even at that stopped being as big of a deal as it used to be. It used to get me a lot more views. So yeah, that's pretty much a non-answer for me. Sorry. I have no idea. I don't see anything on a cursory Google search. If you believe the expansion is coming, cards are also going to be nerfed, so it's important to use any dust you have to create cards that are going to be nerfed and moved to the Hall of Fame, so you can get some free dust and then disenchant those cards and get your dust, get the dust for crafting those cards back also is apparently the system you're supposed to do to make some profit off of that. Moving on with the news, GameIndustry.biz has an article. Academics call for industry cooperation on gaming disorder. Quote, "We are scrambling around in the dark here, lighting little matches and seeing tiny bits of the pictures around us," says Dr. David Zindel. Now, the reason why the video game industry does not want to cooperate with, I believe this is the UN trying to classify video game addiction or gaming disorder as a real thing, because it's not, is because it's not. And any cooperation they give is literally just going to be used against them later on. There are large amounts of countries that want to suppress and harass and literally potentially incarcerate children, claiming it's because they have gaming disorder. There's no such thing as gaming disorder. There's no such thing as video game addiction. There is OCD, obsessive compulsive disorders. And that disorder, which has already been scientifically proven to exist, and it expresses itself in many varied actions, is already on the books. It's already classified. There's no reason to make a new classification. It's unscientific to do so. Any doctor who doesn't see that and realize that is, frankly, being willfully ignorant, probably because they're being paid off by some interest. I wouldn't be surprised if this is straight up the National Rifle Association is paying off doctors to make these claims, or they're getting grants to make these claims. There's a lot of countries that give medical research grants to anybody who claims anything, and so then they'll just have ridiculous findings. So Dr. David Zindel is from York St. John University, and he's been the lead author on 4 of the 7 papers written about the connection between loot boxes and gambling, and argued that game companies have the desperately needed objective data required to better understand the issues of gambling and addiction, but aren't sharing it. Well, here's the problem. That's not gaming disorder. That's an obsession with gambling. That's still just OCD. That's really all it is. You don't need any data there. And this is he's from here's another doctor from Nottingham Trent University, and so these are all British doctors who probably are getting the British taxpayers' money to do these researches and these grants. But there's also a lot of fire and fury in this too, because it's not just this is Britain trying to do it, but the UN is also trying to do it, and other countries are trying to claim this as an addiction, which is it's just not scientific. This article goes on, but I don't think there's anything really else to say here. An article like this, I mean, you just have to immediately dispute their scientific methods in the first place, because they're coming at it from the idea that gaming disorder already exists and is real, and they have to find evidence to prove that, which is a flawed, unscientific perspective to even start a discussion. And so yeah, they're not getting any help. Surprise, surprise. Nobody wants to help somebody who's on a vendetta and out to destroy all video games. It's just the old man get off my lawn mentality. Alright. Moving on, we have an article from Gematsu. Tales of Vesperia Definitive Edition version 1.2 launches March 7th. Various fixes across all versions, and we can do a little bit of a web peek here. So yeah, some things have been fixed, which is nice. Is there a PC version even of Tales of Vesperia Definitive Edition? Yeah, Steam. Fix an issue with certain things would trigger. Steam version, yeah. Yeah. So several fixes for the Steam version as well as other versions. Inherently, this is an example of a Japanese company doing a bad job in every single release. Like the Xbox One, PlayStation, Switch, and Steam versions all have problems that they needed to fix. So Tales of Vesperia could have been better, and it's a Bandai Namco game, and Bandai Namco games often are not the greatest of quality.
I will fight with honor.
See, and that's part of the problem, is that even the big names of Japanese companies aren't known for doing a significant amount of quality AAA releases. So that's also true. EA and Ubisoft aren't known for doing the greatest of AAA releases either these days, but there should be somebody besides Nintendo out there that stands by quality and has always been known to stand by quality, or more often than not at least stand by quality, and it just kind of doesn't happen. Let's see.
Reporting for duty.
Don't want to do anything here. Yeah. So play this. Gematsu has an article. Kotodama, The Seven Mysteries of Fujisawa, launches May 31st in Europe and June 4th in North America. This apparently is P-Cube's first original IP game. Looks like it's a visual novel, which would make a lot of sense. It's launching for the PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. Let's see. What kind of game is it? Yes, it is tagged as a visual novel. Yeah, looks alright. Not terrible. There's the little screenshots I can see here. If you buy the physical versions, you're apparently gonna get some sticker sheets. That's very Japanese, putting in a bunch of kitsch and limited edition things. Let's see. Gematsu has the media create sales for 225 to 33. Let's see what this is. So software sales, number 1 is Dead or Alive, number 2 is Smash Bros. Ultimate, number 3 is New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, number 4 is Anthem, this is Japanese sales by the way, number 5 is Left Alive from Square Enix, which is surprising because then Left Alive dropped in price very fast and is getting reviewed terribly. So people were really excited about it in Japan, and they're very unhappy with what they got.
For justice. Reporting for duty. The battle.
Number 6 is Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee combined. Number 7 is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Number 8 is Kingdom Hearts 3. Number 9 is Zoids Wild King of Blast. Zoids Wild, King of Blast. Number 10 is Super Mario Party. Number 11 is Darius Cosmic Collection. I don't know what that is. I haven't heard of that. Number 12 is Splatoon 2. Number 13 is Jump Force. I'm surprised Jump Force is still hanging in there. And then number 14 is Minecraft Nintendo Switch Edition. Then The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Then Nier Automata Game of the Yorha Edition. I'm a little surprised that's not higher, but I guess everybody had already bought Nier Automata, so that kind of makes sense.
The battle! The battle! For justice!
Take this
the
guy
battle!
out for protection.
The battle! The battle!
17 is Far Cry New Dawn. 18 is Resident Evil 2, so Resident Evil 2 is falling off the list. 19 is Doraemon Nobit's Chronicle of the Moon Exploration. That's like a kid's game for the Switch, I would assume. And then 20 is Catherine Full Body. So Catherine Full Body in particular is kind of falling apart, or not getting as many sales as you might have thought you would have gotten. And then hardware sales, I don't think the hardware sales are ever really going to change. Xbox One is always going to be at the bottom, and Switch is always going to be at the top. There might be slight switches there between the Nintendo Switch and the PlayStation 4, but not really, because as far as hardware sales, there was 68,000 units about of Switches sold. And then PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 4 Pro combined only sold 18,000. So that's a big gap there. And they only sold 23 Xbox Ones and 67 Xbox One X's. I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft is going to stop selling Xbox Ones in general and only sell Xbox One X's. That would make sense. Certainly. Let's see if this is family friendly enough. No, I don't think this one's family friendly enough. It's the art style here is a little too provocative, I think, for YouTube. Well, the next game I'm looking at on Steam is Nyasha, Nyasha. It's tagged nudity and sexual content, but it's just a puzzle game with some anime girls in different style. Now, I would say this is a different art style. It's more CG-esque, and it's not going for really moe, short, and young, cute-looking anime girls. These are more mature, older women. Yeah, maybe I could show this one if this just decides. So we'll do a quick peek here. So yeah, you're getting an art style more like this instead. They want 59 cents for this discounted, and it's 32 achievements. And then it has DLC also for 99 cents. Let's play that. Again, not games I recommend people buy, but they're there. They're allowed on Steam. This is about the 4th adult, mature, immature, lewd games. I don't know what you even want to call it. That was published on Steam this week without any real problems. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article. Mortal Kombat 11 adds Casey Cage, Jockey Briggs, and Aaron Black. A story trailer and some gameplay. That's a whole mouthful, so we'll just web peek all that. Jockey Briggs and Aaron Black. This I assume is Casey Cage. Let's see if we have any more pictures here. No.
My magic will tear you apart.
Here's the thing.
My magic will tear you
Here's the thing I would say about this is you've got the accusations going of benevolent sexism in Mortal Kombat 11, which is the benevolent sexism is the concept that women need protection, they need to be covered up and not put in a spotlight or sexual light, and even if that is within their character or even their own desire, it is perhaps coming from it's usually coming from a good place, but it is just as bad as the other kind of sexism, which is usually thought of as hate or discrimination or dislike or lack of preference. And so you have this series of Mortal Kombat games, and there's 11 at least of them, and it has always been a series that has been built around sex and violence and females and males in less than totally covered clothing. And then this 11th one, it's basically up to the elbow. I'm seeing no leg on Casey Cage at all. She's got full pants, high boots. She's got a shirt that covers past her elbow, so you're seeing her face, her forearms. She's got gloves covering her arms. It's ridiculous. Now there was a possibility for them to pull out of this pattern, which they've been doing for all the female characters so far. They could have said, well, we're gonna cover up the older characters because this is in the future. Casey Cage being the daughter of Johnny Cage and I think Sonya Blade. So I could see why you would say Johnny Cage is old, Sonya Blade is old. Let's cover them up, and let's introduce the combat kids, as they're called, and make them the spotlight, because they'd be young, and it would make sense character-wise, even if you dress provocatively in your youth to dress less provocatively as you had a kid and got older. But that's not what's happening here. Every single female character is getting not to be provocative, they're basically getting burqa'd here. They're being forced into covering most of their skins by the creators of the game. I don't know if forced is the right term. And there's no new characters coming in that are counterbalancing that. And the male characters are still, in some instances, perfectly fine to be completely shirtless and shown in the same sexual light that they have always been shown in, as being muscly, strong, and often shirtless. So yeah, the slight controversy there, it's still happening. Let's see, I guess I could look at some of these other videos. The video here of Kano that I'm looking at, fighting a character named Garrus. Both of these characters are showing, have sleeveless shirts, so they're showing more arm than any of the female characters I've seen. Let's see. Here's another character that's showing quite a bit of arms and shoulders. It's male. So yeah, there's clearly a different standard being held to the different genders. On top of just a movement of what Mortal Kombat has been as a game and as a series, away from being something that was designed to be pushing the edges and going as far as possible with sex and violence. Now it's become this almost ridiculous puritanical game that just happens to have violence in it. And who knows, maybe by the time Mortal Kombat 13 comes around, maybe there'll be no more fatalities. Maybe there'll be no more violence, no more blood.
Flames consume you.
Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Stainless Games Green Man Gaming partnership gives birth to a brand new IP. So Green Man Gaming and Stainless Games are working together. They're making a brand new unnamed intellectual property at some point in the future. This is a non-story at this point. There's like no details. We have no name. We have no idea. This is not something that needed to be reported on. This is one of those hype articles that people should just not bother to reprint. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Putting Around, which is a putt-putt game. I've seen a lot of these. I'm not sure I really want to play any of them. This might be really good. It might not be. It's early access, $4.99. This is the kind of game that I'm willing to miss. Like, even if this turns out to be amazingly good, I'm willing to either just be unaware that it's actually really good and never play it, or let it become so good and so popular that people are talking about it, say a year from now when it comes out of early access. But for now, I don't think it needs to be on the fall list even. And a year from now, there's probably going to be a dozen more putt-putt games like this, because all of this is just pre-bought assets for the most part. So I see no outstanding specific thing that only this game could offer. So there probably would just be a replacement of some other putt-putt game that's even better than what this is. TechRaptor has an article. Phantom Doctrine core team departs as Creative Forge Games appoints a new CEO. Which that sounds crazy. According to a Twitter post and a comment on the forum RPG Codex by Kasper Szymanczak. I have no idea how you pronounce this. Former lead designer at the Polish studio Creative Forge, the core development team that produced Phantom Doctrine has departed the company in the wake of managerial troubles. Interesting. So you usually aren't so public about leaving a company. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm surprised more people don't say things like that are blatantly untrue to screw over an employer. Like, if I was like fired from a company and it was really bad, I would give it a thought at least to put on Twitter, hey, everybody at this place has just quit because of the terrible management, even if it's not true. That might be actionable. That might be straight illegal. But yeah, I'm surprised more disgruntled employees wouldn't say things like that. But then when you're talking about the video game industry, everybody is a little bit higher of level, so you're not just gonna try and backstab your old corporation because it just looks bad on you. And it's not the idea where you can just slander McDonald's because Burger King doesn't care and they'll hire you. If you slander the game company you're working for, you used to work for, you're probably not going to get hired by another one. But all that is speculation. I have to take this as truth. The game Phantom Doctrine team is gone. Let's see. Following a divisive critical reception and a fair share of technical issues. The game struggled commercially, which resulted in the previous CEO, who I can't pronounce his name either, resigning. Then the person who tweeted stepped in as an interim CEO before resigning himself and then quitting. How do you resign and quit? Isn't that the same thing? That's an interesting thought. As per LinkedIn, a new person, whose name I can't pronounce, all these Polish names, became Creative Forge's new CEO in February. Let's see. Scrolling down to the bottom, TechRaptor gave Phantom Doctrine a 9.5 out of 10.
Let me think.
So, they liked it at least.
Repent.
Let's see. See if we can find it on Steam.
That was a mistake.
Handle it! The battle! The battle!
Okay. So, here's the game Phantom Doctrine. Oh yeah, I think I remember this. This one was kind of like a XCOM-esque game? No? No, actually, I don't think I do remember this game. We can see in the last 30 days it's got some mixed reviews. Overall, it's struggling around 73% positive. Yeah, it had this XCOM element to it that wasn't really what I think it was selling itself on. And I guess at this point, what do you take from that information when you have the entire creative team apparently has quit a company? So if you buy the game now, you're just supporting a company that does not have any of the talent that made that game, so they almost certainly will never make this style of game again, or this level of quality of game again, which is probably a good thing because the game didn't sell in the first place. So yeah, I don't know what you take from this. In the end, if I'm gonna play XCOM, an XCOM style game, I probably should just play XCOM. There's plenty of versions of XCOM out there. Phantom Doctrine, by the way, is $45.98 for the deluxe edition and $40 about for the regular edition, so it's way too expensive for what it looks like. Let's see if maybe there's some negative reviews. Yeah, I think I remember even reading negative reviews.
Let me think.
Because it was just kind of inconsistent all over the place with what it was.
The battle!
I fight.
That.
The battle! For duty.
And
The battle!
that. So yeah, I guess that's a slightly interesting revelation, and it is real news, but I guess in the end it just means I shouldn't play the Phantom Doctrine. So if it is on my wish list or if it's on the fall list, I'll have to try and remember that and remove it from the list. Let's see, TechRaptor has an article. We already talked about this. Gwent's Crimson Curse expansion arrives this March. There's a trailer video for it. I seriously doubt Gwent is going to be successful right now. That was a mistake. all of these.
What a ball.
The battle! The battle! The battle!
Only have a couple more articles, and then I guess we might be done for the day, although there is a little bit more daily quest to do. And how did he kill that entire... because he played... I don't know what he did, actually.
For justice! Job done. Reporting for duty.
Next we have a game on Steam called Undead Horde, which seems like it's maybe kind of like a Pikmin game, or is this just a real-time strategy game? I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm sold on this or not. It feels more like it's a real-time strategy game than an adventure overlord style game or Pikmin style game. It's $13.49 discounted. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything in the screenshots that catches my attention. So it's rated positively, but I just don't think it's for me.
Out of my jungle!
Let's see. Do I want this? Yeah, let's just play that.
For justice! Job done. Reporting for duty.
Gamma Sutra has an article, we already talked about this. Shakedown Hawaii coming first to the Epic Games Store. That's a odd way to phrase it, but whatever. It's a time exclusive for the Epic Games Store. I think there's more to be said than just to say it's coming first. When it's a timed exclusive. Because that's ignoring a controversy.
For justice! Reporting for duty.
Next we have a game on Steam called Unroaded, which looks like it's a very low effort kind of walking simulator text game. Yeah, I don't see anything. I kind of like this art style, but then this art style is nowhere close to that art style. So this feels like it's just all pre-bought images. It's free to play with DLC, English and Russian. This feels like a troll game to me. 5 achievements seems a little low, so it might be an achievement game also. Yeah, nothing. Man, this guy is destroying me.
For justice.
TechRaptor has an article. Chucklefish is releasing a Wargroove quality of life patch tomorrow. I've heard a lot of people talking about Wargroove. If we just do a web peek here, it looks like a pretty boring game to me. So I don't know why so many people are talking about it, but whatever. A patch is out, and if you do like Wargroove, I guess the option is out there. A lot of the Western video game journals talking about a game like Wargroove is in a small part insulting, because it's an intentional non-coverage of all the other JRPGs that Wargroove clearly is stealing ideas from. So if you're not gonna play all the 8-bit JRPGs that are good out there and review them, you really have no business playing Wargroove. either, just because it's a somewhat Western developer, Chucklefish, developing it. Alright. Where are we? We're nowhere on the Paladin cards, and we're kind of nowhere on this. Let's see what our Hunter deck is and see if that's a Spell Hunter deck. And then let's look at our Mage deck. Hunter, spell. Yeah, it's a Spell Hunter deck. That's good. Apparently I forgot to turn all of the cards into dust when I opened the packs. And let's see. What are the cards that they think are new? That might actually be new. But who could tell? That almost certainly isn't new. Alright. So if I come back over here and play Hunter, then this should be a good way to play 13 Hunter spell cards, and then this should be the last game we should need to play. Game of Sutra has the same article. We've already talked about this. Steam's popular upcoming list may actually be hurting developers. This is wrong, as I understand it. It's not the popular upcoming list, it is the upcoming list alone that's being manipulated. Although there might be a way to manipulate the popular upcoming list. It would mean that your game would have to be somehow popular in the first place. So you'd have to get a lot of people to follow / wishlist your game, which is I imagine where the popular upcoming comes from. And from that point, once your game is wishlisted, then start manipulating your release date so you stay at the top of the popular upcoming list. And honestly, there should just be somebody at Valve looking at that and making sure that is not something that's allowed to happen. Let's just keep on doing this. Game of Sutra has an article. Nintendo announces a Tetris 99 Maximus Cup tournament. Let's see. Challenging players to come in first place as many times as they can for a chance to win 999 My Nintendo Gold points. I have no clue what you do with a My Nintendo Gold point. No clue whatsoever. Maybe that buys little ROMs off the eShop or something. Let's see. The tournament begins at March 8th at 5 a.m. Pacific time and runs through March 10th at 11:59 p.m. Players who come in first place the most times will be in the running as one of the 999 contestant winners. So it's a pretty good chance if you're really good at Tetris 99. And if you're really good at Tetris 99, you probably are going to be playing during that time price anyway. So yeah, maybe you will get some Nintendo points to buy something. Maybe. But probably not. I like to enter contests personally when there's a lower number of competitors. Like, I'm willing to totally believe I have no chance of winning, say, the lottery, because there's just going to be so many people competing. But if there's some YouTuber who's big enough to be believable that they'd actually run a contest and actually deliver to the winners, which a lot of YouTubers run contests and I don't think actually ever do deliver anything, just to get views and comments and likes. But if you trust a YouTuber, there's probably only 1,000 to maybe 1 million people that are gonna see that video, which means it's probably closer to 1,000 at most people that would actually enter the contest, which that's not 50-50 odds or anything like that, but it's way better odds than playing the lottery. Of course, you also have to balance the amount of time it takes to fill out any of that stuff. If this really is just wasting your time to even enter it, or whether you've got that kind of free time. I'm on the Humble store now. They have Humble Indie Bundle 20. So if you pay what you want, $1 is required for a Steam code. You can get a game called The First Tree, Tangle Deep, and Among the Sleep Enhanced Edition. If you pay more than the average of $3.83 right now, you'll get Getting Over It with Benet Foddy, Tooth and Tail, and Dream Daddy, a Dad Dating Simulator. I actually think this is probably a great bundle for me because I don't think I own any of these games, and for $4 to get 6 games, that's a good deal. Now if you pay $10 to get to the top tier, you'll get a game called Overgrowth. I would say that deal is pretty bad. So I wouldn't recommend that one. See if there's any other bundles worth mentioning.
Quickly. I hunt alone.
They have a book bundle, the Horus Heresy 2019 on Humble Bundle. And again, the only reason I promote Humble Bundle over anything else is because you can give 100% to charity in almost every bundle, so you have to check. There's a Star Trek 2019 comics bundle. There's a gaming comics bundle. Let's see what that is. And there's some other bundles that don't really matter to me. Let's see. So you could get Assassin's Creed Uprising Volume 1, Assassin's Creed Awakening Volume 1 and 2, Warhammer 40,000 Volume 1, Warhammer Blood Bowl Volume 1, Assassin's Creed Origins Volume 1, Dark Souls Volume 1 for the first tier. If you pay $8 or more, let's see, let's do this and this. If you pay $8 or more, you get The Evil Within Volume 1, Dishonored Volume 1, Assassin's Creed Uprising Volume 2, Warhammer 40k Volume 2, Warhammer Dawn of the War 3 Volume 1, Dark Souls Volume 2, Sea of Thieves Volume 1, Quake Champions Volume 1, and Tekken Volume 1. And if you pay $15 or more, you get Assassin's Creed Uprising Volume 3. Do you get Volume 2? Bloodborne Volume 1, The Depth of Sleep, Warhammer 40k Volume 3, Warhammer 40k Deep Watch Volume 1, Little Nightmares Volume 1, Wolfenstein Volume 1, Evil Within Volume 2, Life is Strange Number 1, Dark Souls Volume 3, and Dishonored Volume 2. So there's a lot of game-based comic books here. Are game-based comic books good? No. Pretty much that's a simple answer to that one. Right. Just trying to. Can't attack him because he has stealth. So. And this really isn't a spell, so we'll just end the turn there. So yeah, I wouldn't really recommend that. And particularly the comic book bundles, you're not getting actual books, you're just getting e-books. So that's kind of a high premium price compared to the video games, which are interactive and much better deal. See, that leaves me with kind of no news, so I can go back to my Twitter feed and see if anything new happened. We may have a somewhat short Friday, which is good. Alright, what do we want to do here? This. that and that. Let's see. Yeah, we can talk about that on Friday. Don't need to talk about that. Friday. We cast 25 spells, so we've got all a data quest done. There's a game we can talk about on Friday. Nintendo introduces Nintendo Labo VR kit. That's a little bit smarter than Labo in general, I would say. At least they're moving in the right direction. Let's see. So I'm scrolling down Twitter just to see if there's anything else. What's funny is I didn't hear anything about a Nintendo Direct, so I don't know why they would introduce a new Labo thing. See, March 7th at 1 p.m. Pacific time, the Hearthstone will be doing a Reddit AMA, answer your questions about the upcoming Year of the Dragon, so I doubt they would be making a AMA right at noon to say the new expansion is out right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did happen actually too. But I kind of don't believe it. I think they're going to wait until at least Tuesday, if not Tuesday from a week from now, next Tuesday or the next Tuesday after that. Yeah, I'm just scrolling down. Let's see. Not a lot of news this Wednesday, particularly when you ignore the non-controversies. Non-controversies. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just scrolling down. Sorry, there's no content happening. We started streaming about 4 hours ago, so I think I've seen everything at this point. Anyways. Because I'm seeing things from like 5 hours ago. Twitch says we're slowly rolling out live activity feeders for creators from the mobile app to your live dashboard. Okay, whatever that means. Yeah. So, I'm back to the point where I've seen everything on my Twitter feed. So, we're done. Pretty decent stream, I guess. We got one comment, not too bad. And I've got some work to do. Scheduling, maybe working on a side project for the chat that I was thinking about doing. And I need to make sure I have crafted all the Hearthstone cards that are going into the Hall of Fame. That's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.